I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everybody to the LaVergne Planning Commission, October 25th, 2022 regular meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from September 27th, 2022 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. First item of business, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance. Lieutenant Frank Walkup, Phase 1 and 2, property located off Jones Mill Road, requested by Womble and Associates, R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. So staff has been looking at items 1 and 2 today, and due to the applicant's inability to meet the city's standards, they haven't been able to complete what they're supposed to complete for these subdivisions. So this would be probably the 4th month, maybe the 3rd, that they've been on this agenda. So staff's recommendation would be to make a motion to withdraw these and take them off the agenda. Then at such time that they complete their end, they can resubmit to the Planning Commission.
Very good, sir. Do we have any questions for Mr. Logan on this item? No questions. We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to withdraw items 1 and 2.
We have a motion to withdraw items 1 and item number 2. We have a second. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Just for the record, we're going to read item number 2. Recommendation. Item number 2 was recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Minerva Village Phase 1, property located off Hollandale Ridge Road, requested by Womble and Associates, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, which motion to withdraw passed. And item number 3 is deferred, Mr. Logan.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so we're going to item number 4. Site plan, Palm Commodities, new building addition totaling 5,400 square feet on 4.11 acres, requested by CIA LLC, property located at 1289 Bridgestone Parkway, tax map 17, parcel 28.04, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Fiji Strategic Realty Investors LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is a site plan request for approval for the Palm Commodities building, and this building is located at 1289 Bridgestone Parkway. And you can see here on the screen that this area outlined in blue. Of course, this lot has double frontage. It fronts Howell Quaker as well as Bridgestone Parkway. Closer look here shows the building along with the 2 roadways. They do have parking, employee parking off the Howell Quaker side. And site plan for this passed last month, which was to make some parking improvements. So that site plan did pass in September. And the other site plan was for a building addition on this southwestern side of the building. And this building addition is 5,400 square feet. And that's being added to the existing facility, which is approximately 62,800 square feet. This site is not in an overlay district. The zoning here, you can see a large area of I-2 heavy industrial zoning. So this parcel that's roughly shaped like a rectangle is the subject property. And these pictures are of the building that's existing. And shows the site with the existing employee parking. And then this is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. And they have taken care of all of their issues from the workshop 2 weeks ago. There really were not a lot of staff comments at that workshop. They had taken care of most of the items. And that completes the report. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Logan or the applicant?
No, I just want to confirm, I'm looking at on C2.00, it looks like both entrances are 40 feet. Is that correct for staff?
That is, yes.
Okay, wonderful. That's good to see. I know that's the standard that we try to use, so that's good.
That makes a motion, with everything been addressed, I make a motion to accept as submitted, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 5 has deferred as well, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, they have withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Thank you, sir. And item number 6 is deferred.
That's correct.
On to item number 7. Site plan, Blair Ridge Phase 1, 2, and 3 Townhome Development totaling 141 dwelling units and 26 two-story buildings on 15.8 acres. Requested by SEC Inc., property located at 1289 Blair Road, tax map 29, PO parcel 21.01, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by 303B Partners. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at the Blair Ridge Townhome Development. This is phases 1, 2, and 3. So you can see this property here on the screen. It's on the north side of Blair Road, next to the High Point 24 site that's currently under construction. It's also neighboring the existing Van Winkle mobile home park. So you can see the property, it does have an existing home on the property that you'll see in the photos here in a few moments. So this is the property that's outlined in blue, again on the north side of Blair Road. So these photos are taken from the curve roughly where the ingress egress would be for this new townhome development. So on the hill here in this photo is that's building 1 of the High Point 24 development. So there is a stand of trees that are mature that separates these two properties, and you can see that in the photos. This is the driveway looking back toward the northwest, and this driveway leads up to that existing home that's been on the property for some time. And you can sort of see it there in the distance. Again, this is the curve that would be improved, or at least it would be softened with this development as it proceeds. So this slide shows the master plan of the whole development, and this is a total of 141 townhomes. And I didn't mention, but across the road is also under construction, which is Portico Place, and that's all single-family homes that are being constructed. So that's the other neighbor across the road. So these are the site plan sheets that are in your packets, but basically they're giving you a closer look here of the development. So this is the first breakout of this site plan, and you can see the arrangement of the streets and also all the units. And then the second slide is the remaining, or the second breakout, and this is the match line to match the two parts of the site together. And this property also had just 2 weeks ago at the workshop, and just a few technical comments, and those have also been addressed. So that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments?
Yes, sir, I've got some questions for the applicant.
Will the applicant please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, sir?
Matt Taylor of SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard.
Thank you, sir.
I can see, it looks like a little picnic area was added,
Yes, sir.
but I wanted to ask about the trash compactor.
That was supposed to be removed. Is it still showing on your plan, Seth?
Yes, sir, I'm looking at C 0.3, and it's there, and I believe it's on .2 as well. It still shows as being there.
We can get that taken off. Maybe they printed the wrong set, but it was supposed to be taken off. We were gonna do the carts instead. That's what I worked out with my client.
And that's what it looks like on here, so that's why I was confused and wanted clarification, because it looks like there's an area marked out with what looks like black carts all over, but then you also have the
Yes.
trash compactor.
Yes, sir. That's the intention, is the carts. So we'll get the compactor taken off. I apologize.
And the mail kiosk, is that the one in the middle for the whole development?
Yes, sir.
So, well, Mr. Chairman, that was it.
Very
I
good.
have a quick question.
Please, Ms. Saunders.
I know in the last meeting, we talked about an HOA for the property.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be open to adding verbiage to your CCRs to limit the number of units that can be owned by rental companies and/or rented out? I know that's a big thing right now.
I would have to ask my client about that. We've not gotten into writing the CCRs yet, to my knowledge.
Because I know there's been an instance here in LaVergne where a company came in and bought the whole development to make it a rental
Okay.
community. So that's why I asked. I know our HOA is looking into it,
Okay.
changing our CCRs to
I'll certainly talk to my client and
percentage.
see what we can do there.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? None. With this being its site plan, with the compactor being on there, it can come off at final, correct? Mr. Brown?
I mean, if he's willing to remove it, we'll just look at it as being removed.
Very good. With that, we'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept, submitted?
Motion to accept is submitted.
Yeah, With the,
With the understanding of the final comes back, the trash compactor will be removed.
Very good.
I will second that.
A motion
Well,
to, please.
So to accept submitted, removal of the trash compactor and qualifications from the applicant for the CCRs.
Very good. Which would come out in final.
Discussion, would that not go against us not allowing,
This is a site plan, not the final.
okay, that's fine.
Thinking contingencies. Yeah, our second still.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Next item. Site plan, Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation, LaVergne Electrical Substation on 3.49 acres, requested by Reagan Smith and Associates. Property located at New Sanford Road and Industrial Boulevard, tax map 29, parcel 14, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, property owned by Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation. Mr. Logan.
So this is the request for site plan approval for the substation by Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation. And this is the new LaVergne substation that would be built on Industrial Boulevard and New Sanford Road there at the corner. So you can see the property here outlined in blue. And there's a closer look at this property. It is currently vacant, and I'm sure it was mentioned 2 weeks ago that this is the neighbor to the BJ's Wholesale that's currently under development in the city. So this property is about 3.5 acres, roughly. And you can see there on the zoning, it is zoned commercial C2, and the red color signifies the C2 zoning. So it is the same zoning as the BJ's Wholesale store. And this lot is not contained in the overlay district. So you can see here the frontage. This is looking toward New Sanford Road, and the substation property is on the right. They're right at, or right before you get to the traffic signal at New Sanford and Industrial. So this is what they submitted for the workshop. that you saw 2 weeks ago. It's not vastly different, but they did submit this new one, which is on the screen now. And this is zooming into that latest plan they submitted. So you can see it's not vastly different from earlier in the month, but the detention pond's in the same place. They have noted that this screening wall would be 10 feet tall, and they're showing it now better on the perimeter. But the electric transformers and the electrical equipment, of course, is still showing the same, as is the retaining walls. And I guess that's it. There weren't many comments on this one at the workshop, so everything there was addressed, and that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments? Mayor Cole?
Mr. Chair, I do for the applicant.
Will the applicant please come to the podium? State your name and address for the record, sir.
Eric Parle, Reagan Smith, 315 Woodland Street, Nashville, Tennessee.
First off, can you confirm the selection y'all have for the wall for us?
Yeah, it was provided on the detail sheets. That was, I think, wall exhibit number 3 that was voted on in the workshop meeting.
Yeah, the one that was discussed?
Yep.
Okay, so it
Yep.
is number 3.
Yeah, and
And
that
then,
image is on the detail sheet.
The other thing is, can you explain what has changed for landscaping? I know we discussed more screening, but can you just kind of explain that?
Yeah, I believe you wanted additional screening and landscaping on the east side, the right side of the plan view to screen more on BJ's side, so we provided more along that wall.
Okay, so it's more trees or bushes or?
Yeah, exactly. It was similar to what we had, we just extended it the full length of that wall.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah. Sir?
No, I mean, he just explained the question we had, and he's answered it when he's put the beautification as requested.
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second?
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 9, final plat, Pride Truck Sales, Waldron Road Business Park subdivision, re-subdivision of Lot 1, 2 lots on 13.8 acres, requested by SEC Inc., property located at 171 Industrial Boulevard, tax map 17O, Group B, PO Parcel 5, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 131 Industrial Boulevard Holding Corp. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is the final plat request for approval at the Pride Truck Sales location on Waldron Road and, or excuse me, at 171 Industrial Boulevard, but it's just off of Waldron Road. And you can see the property here. It's roughly the shape of a backward C. Here you can see the pilot station is right off of Industrial that sort of fills up the middle here, but this property is 13.1 acres approximately, and closer view shows this site. So the plan for the parking improvements that was presented a month ago and the month before that, they have withdrawn that at least until such time as they can find an architect to help with the exterior cladding. So the site plan has been withdrawn, but this plat has stayed on the agenda for the property. See the zoning here. Again, this is the dark blue, which is I-2 heavy industrial. And these are just photos from the site. That's the existing building there with that green roof, 2-story building. And of course, a lot of the trucks there that are on site that are for sale or lease. So this is the plat that was submitted for this item, and they have fulfilled all of the staff's technical comments, and there's not anything left outstanding from the workshop. So I think that will complete the report unless Mr. Brown has anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Brown?
No, everything's good.
Thank you, sir. Is the applicant here for this project? Name and address for the record, kind sir.
Matt Taylor of SEC 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard.
Thank you, sir. I think the only question I remember from workshop was the 1 and the 3 on the lots.
Yes, sir. So there is already a lot 2. I think it's to the east of us, if I remember correctly, but we did look into that. So this was a lot 1 of that plat, so we skipped over 2 because it already existed.
Very good.
I just had a very basic question, so just to make sure I'm understanding this right, bless you.
You, sir.
Lot 3 is basically that whole front building and the front parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Lot 1 is essentially everything else. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure of. I don't have any other questions.
So where is lot 2? Just explain that, because it's a busy.
I believe it was to the east. It's been, I went back the next day and we pulled it up. I think it was to the east, if I'm not mistaken, Alderman. But it was originally part of a larger subdivision, and so I believe it's to the east, though.
No, that's the next one. East.
Yes.
Gotcha. Any other questions?
I make a motion to submit, to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted by Mayor Cole,
Well, second.
second by Alderman Coates. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item. Amend the site plan, High Point 24, create overall phasing plan for Lot 1 requested by Kimley Horn. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 20.06, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by High Point 24, Phase 1 LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is the request for High Point 24 to amend their site plan. So the reason this is an amendment, this site plan got approved about 18 months ago. It was April of 2021, so right at a year and a half ago. And at that time, that site plan that was approved by the Planning Commission did not have any phasing shown, probably because they may have not realized at the time or even thought down the road about how these buildings would receive a CO. So the purpose then, coming back later, is that this, if you've been out there, and I know in my photos, there's several buildings that are basically ready to be occupied, and they're not able to get COs for multiple buildings on Lot 1 because as the site plan was approved, it's a very large lot. I'm just going to jump ahead. Well, these are the pictures. You probably saw these 2 weeks ago, but so yeah, these buildings are constructed and almost, some of them are close to 100% finished. They've just, we went out there last week and developed a checklist for the buildings, but essentially what they're trying to do, so this is the latest that they submitted. So this is actually what's in your packet. So Lot 1, you probably remember, so this is Blair Road at the bottom of the screen, and Lot 1 is a really irregular lot that extends all the way to I-24 and then parallels 24, then wraps back around on the north side. So it's just an odd-shaped lot, and that happens sometimes. But the issue is that they had 4 buildings on one lot, and the COs could not be issued in that manner. So what this amendment does is it takes the entire Lot 1 and puts it into phases. So you'll have Lot 1, Phase 1, Lot 1, Phase 2, Lot 1, Phase 3, and Lot 1, Phase 4. So 1 and 2, now that you've got an idea of that, I'll go back and show. So this is Building 1. So we're on Blair Road here. So that's the building that sits up high on the hill. So that's Building 1. So that would be Lot 1, Phase 1 in the plans that you have in your packet. And then as you drive in, this building is building 2, so that would be lot 1, phase 2, and so on and so forth. So that's how this became an item, and that's how this became on the agenda the way it did. This is the zoning map. I didn't go over this, but of course it's all zoned I-2. And this image shows how Lot 1 is shaped, again, with its irregular lines. Other than that, that's the change. It's not an engineering change to the site plan or an architectural change. It's just the phasing plan. And so that's the amendment, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. So with the phasing plan, they'll have to come back for us for approval for each phase? Is that correct?
Let me see. So,
Phase acceptance, rather?
No, this would
No.
just basically be, if you approve this, then we will know at the building codes that when he asks for a CO for or building 100, which is lot 1, phase 1, we will go out and what's in the shaded area, we'll make sure all that is completed on the site plan. And then whenever he gets ready for building 200, that'll be lot 1, phase 2. When he does building 300 and so forth. And as of right now, he's ready for building 100 and 200. So basically, lot 1, phase 1 and lot 1, phase 2 is pretty much done.
Very good. Any other questions? Anyone? Thank you for the answer.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to our next item. Item number 11, bonds, letters of credit update, sir. Mr. Brown.
Everyone should have the updated bond list in front of them. Everything is up to date. We did take a few of the maintenance bonds off because they were past the year period, and those, or a few of them were cash bonds, so those have been given back to the developer. Pretty much, if anybody's got any questions, we can go over them. If not, then that's about it on that item.
Well, sir, you've done a good job with it. Thank you. And our next item, item number 12, discussion, new zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations. Mr. Brown, Mr. Logan, who wants to take this?
I can take it. I don't have any real new information to add. I know some of you all saw the emails, I guess they were from last week. So, of course, there's a property owner area of town that is asking about their zoning. And so, I was out of town 2 weeks ago, so I don't really know what the discussion was about it at that time. But, of course, anybody that emails me, that individual asked me to share it with all of you all, so I did. I'm happy to do that. And I did invite that individual to the meeting. I don't know if they're here or not. Of course, they're not guaranteed that they can speak, but they're all welcome at any meeting, anytime, so I did invite them and said that would at least put them in the same room with the decision makers, although they may or may not be able to speak at the podium, depending on if the rules were suspended, whatnot. So that's all I have. I don't have structurally anything new to change or to add. I would say if there's some grammatical errors or a period missing, or I know maybe just a couple people have expressed that, that's something that could be cleaned up after this body's finished with it, and in between the time it goes to that time and the time it appears at BOMA.
Very good. Thank you, sir. So with it being a discussion, let's have a discussion amongst ourselves in regards to the emails that were received. And is that something we can technically do? Okay, very good.
You can.
Um,
So, Ms. Sanders, if you'd like to start, we'll just go down the
I've
line.
got a couple pages of things that I wanted to go over. I went back through and read word for word the whole document again. I did mark quite a few things that we can take care of. I had a few concerns. There's still things used in the document. This may be something Evan mentioned that can be changed regardless, but the way they refer to LaVergne Planning Department, Ordinance Administrator, Planning Director, things that we don't use the same terms here unless we're thinking of changing those positions and names of those buildings, design review board, things like that. Did anyone else notice that?
I know, I remember it was in there, and we've discussed it a couple times, but. yeah.
Right. And I thought that was supposed to be removed before we even got this one. I know this is a draft, but it's already marked that it's been approved by both BOMA and Planning Commission in April. Some of the other issues or questions that I had was on several pages, page 6, 7, then again on 84, it talks about compact developments, and it actually describes our traditional neighborhoods as being compact mixed use. We don't even have mixed use in all of our neighborhood zoning, so to me, that's kind of a conflict that it's being referenced that way.
And that, I believe that was some of the paperwork that I had turned into Mr. Logan, was that the description and the chart didn't match. I think that's what you're noticing.
Yeah, and just the fact that they're describing in multiple areas that our goal, because I think this was in our planning principles, is we wanted compact neighborhoods with open space. I don't know, to me, that doesn't fit what we're trying to accomplish. So I would certainly like to see that removed as a description. The estate residential has a 25-foot setback, but even R1 has 40. So I wasn't quite sure why. I don't remember us discussing it being 25 when you have that large of an area. I would think you would want it put back even further. On page 165 for bed and breakfast, it references that the owner or manager has to reside there. I thought we had discussed that the owner had to reside there, so I would like to see manager taken out, so it matches home businesses where the owner, like live work, the owner has to live in that live work unit. So to me, I think manager should be stricken from multiple bullet points under bed and breakfast. I also thought we did away with signs in residential areas, and it has, I think, up to a 6-foot sign. And then we left out, we had discussed that meals could only be served to the guests that were staying there, and that's not in the description in here. On page 167, carnivals are allowed in the commercial, or the central commercial district, as well as the civic institutional district, and the hours are listed from 9 a.m. to 12 a.m., but group homes and independent living facilities are allowed in those areas as well, so I would think being able to stay open until midnight might be disturbing to those two particular entities. Maybe we should adjust those hours, at least if it's Monday through Friday, what might be considered work or school-type hours. On page 173, where they go through home occupation, the last blurb, it almost is like something's missing. It says and then there's nothing else. That could just be a typo. I couldn't recall any other items that we wanted added to it, but I didn't know if maybe someone else had wanted something added and it didn't go in. Then on 191, page 191, we talk about wrought iron fencing. Is the only type of fencing allowed in the overlay districts. So my question is, some of the overlay districts have some estate residential. If they want to put a fence up, is that saying that all they could do, would that also apply to homes? So they couldn't have any kind of privacy fencing if they wanted it?
It'd be wrought iron fencing per the overlay.
Yeah, that's not a privacy fence, though. There wouldn't be a way to make that a privacy fence, like if they had a swimming pool or something like that?
Randolph, how does fencing with swimming pools work?
1 foot tall. And obviously, if you're looking at like wrought iron, you want to make it so that you can't pass through pickets, I guess, so to speak, between in the fencing itself, but, I mean, a lot of pools that you'll see are wrapped in wrought iron. So, you know, they're chain link, they're wooden privacy fence, they're vinyl privacy fence, they're all kinds of fences. So the only thing that is particular about the pool is the height. 4-foot barrier.
It's just a really expensive fencing, so to put that on a resident, I thought that was a little extreme. On page 196, vinyl siding is allowed for live work, but nothing else. I don't remember us discussing that. I wouldn't think it should be allowed for live work if it's not allowed for the other types of structures. On page 198, common entrances, interior corridors for apartments and condos is part of the definition. I know that was brought up by Mr. Rutledge as safety issue. I know there's been stories on the news about it being safety issues in some areas, and we have it listed as being part of our definition. So I would like to see it removed from the definition. If someone wants to request that, we can review it, but for it to be part of the definition, to me, seems like we're encouraging people to construct their buildings that way. So those are the big items I had. The other things I've got marked in here that are just, you know, spacing, typographical, that kind of thing.
Good. I myself had turned in several items, some of which you mentioned to Mr. Logan, and I really haven't received an updated one yet since then. I'm sorry, I rephrased that. I have not received it in paper. I have read it on the computer, but there were still some discrepancies that I did see along the way. Mayor Cole, any statements? Alderman?
No, I appreciate all the comments. I mean, I think we need to keep working it forward to get it where it needs to be. I mean, get it where everyone on this board is pleased with it and can accept it and move forward with it.
Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, just the typographicals and just the different things she brought up.
So board as a whole, should we ask for, we can either have a long workshop or we can have one more special meeting where we can dedicate to this hard. How does everybody feel in regards to that?
Good either way.
I'm fine with the workshop.
I'm torn on the work. I think we possibly got more done in the special meetings than we can a workshop because our minds were able to focus directly on that, but we're all different.
My comment would be is if you want to do a special, I'm okay with that. Let's concentrate on this and get this thing together where it needs to be and get this thing put to bed.
As well, agreed. Sir?
Yeah, special workshop.
We'll go for one more special workshop and see if we can't get our I's dotted and our T's crossed, and we'll be in good shape.
Looking at the 15th or the 22nd, if you're looking at Tuesdays.
For December, November? For November?
Now, mind you, the 22nd is right before Thanksgiving.
Yeah. And the 15th is our workshop, regular workshop for planning commission.
Oh, it is. Oh, then we have the 8th as well, then, don't we?
So,
That's board member.
Oh, no, that's election day.
yeah. Election day.
You want to leave with Bo to find out and figure a date that's going to work for not interfering with anything else?
Does Melissa need to be present?
That's up to you all.
I would
No,
appreciate
I
it.
didn't know if she,
I don't know.
I personally would appreciate it. Anyone else?
I think we need to get this pushed through, and
Yes.
we've been dragging on. Let's get everyone together and get this thing, go through it, and then let everyone mark up what we need to do, and then we get a final draft quote put together.
Very good.
The first was not a date, but if Melissa's coming, I doubt, is that a week from today?
Yeah, if the first.
So I doubt, she might be able to. Are y'all open the first?
We also have the 14th, 21st as well, which are Mondays. I don't see anything on my calendar.
I think with the changes already that Ms. Sanders has brought up, we definitely don't need to do it the first. I mean, we need to,
Yeah, I mean, it won't be ready the first.
no.
I was
are you talking about this Thursday?
Tuesday the first, the day after
It'll be
Halloween,
next week.
A week from
a
today.
week from tonight.
That'd be for a special meeting.
Yeah, that's, we don't.
We wouldn't have time to get
advertise
the
that.
changes made and then get back to y'all to review again, and
We don't have the legal requirements to advertise that either, so the first would not be an option.
Okay, and let me back up on that, because I don't have all the changes anyway. This is new, some new information for staff.
And we need to get
I'm-
information to you.
I just need page number, because what I'm doing is sending it to her in Knoxville or Jefferson City. So I can't make the changes. So that meeting in September, when I stood at the podium and I think there were 41 changes, that was all sent to her, and then she turns it around and sends it back to us, and then we email you that PDF.
Right.
So I just need a list of, can you scan that and email it to me and Jake? Of your
I
changes?
will give you my list. I just need to give you this because
Okay.
there's probably a change on 75% of the pages as far as
Okay.
typos or spacing or that kind of thing.
Is that the most recent PDF?
That's one, it's the most recent one I received, so I assume it is the most recent one.
You should have a newer version in email,
From when?
what,
That was
2
sent
weeks
out
ago, 3 weeks
Couple
ago?
weeks ago.
That's it.
Okay, this is it? Okay,
Yes.
okay. Okay, very good. All right, so, Mr.
I'll
Logan?
get that, and then compile the list and give it to her.
I know she's working on it because she emailed me today about needing some additional information.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Logan, if you'll coordinate with Ms. Melissa and try and get us a date set for a special meeting.
That's 14th of November, and what was the second date?
Mayor?
14th or the 21st, it just depends on, let me see what the calendar, I don't see anything on my on my phone's city calendar, but you just have a quick look at the website to see what is on each of those. There's a library board meeting, it looks like on the 14th at 5, but that would be over at 6, I would think. And then the 21st would
21st
be
is
out.
great.
There's the senior citizens, Parks and Rec and Greenway
Correct.
meetings on the 21st. So probably the 14th or the 22nd.
Okay, 14th or 22nd. Okay, we'll try for one of those dates.
If you can work through that and get back with us,
Yeah.
will be greatly appreciated.
If not, we'll circle around for next month or do a long workshop.
Or, there you go.
But before we do anything with this item, because Mr. Eady had reached out to me and asked me to make a motion to suspend the rules so that his son could speak, I'm going to formally do that based on his request.
Absolutely. So,
Second.
we have a motion for Mr. Eady's son,
Ryan, Mr. Ryan Eady.
for Mr. Ryan Eady to speak at the podium to suspend the rules of the Planning Commission,
Just a motion to suspend the rules.
and seconded by the mayor. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Mr. Ryan, if you would please be so kind. Thank you, sir. So name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
It's Ryan Eady, 7905 Burleson Lane in Murfreesboro. Thank you for giving me a time to speak here.
Thank you, sir.
Just got a quick statement that I want to make about some property that we own. This property is 6.5 acres at the backside of the Vaughnwood subdivision at the end of Stones River Road. That land is landlocked, so to speak. We have an easement of approximately 1,250 feet going through 2 other properties to get to Stones River Road. The zoning is currently R2. I've seen pictures of that zoning being changed to the new zoning estate. So that really affects that value of our property back there. We would have 5 lots at most if the zoning was changed. Have about a half a mile of streets just to get back there to service those 5 houses. Expense would be great with the decreased value of the property that's back there. The property is currently surrounded on 2 sides by development that has 4 houses per acre approximately. I don't know that anybody would want to purchase that property. It's an investment property. If somebody wanted to purchase that, or if we decided to develop it, would want to put a house next to high-density residential area like it's currently there. And also, if it's changed to the 1 acre, the city will lose as far as taxes coming off of that amount of property or houses. So we're asking that that be removed from the estate back to the R2, which is currently is zoned now. I have, may I?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Just make sure our staff gets one for the record.
Thank you, Rob.
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
The X is the property that we own on the backside of the Vaughnwood subdivision. I've drawn a line in showing the approximate location of the easement that's coming up off of Stones River Road. And you can see that it's surrounded pretty much on 3 sides there by Lake Forest Estates, I guess is what that's called. So we're wanting to keep that property as it's currently zoned R2 instead of it being changed to the estate that is proposed.
Very good. Do we have any questions or comments? So I'm going to have a question for staff.
Okay.
This is zoned R2, because I believe our email said different.
My understanding is zoned R1.
That's what I say, I think it's R1.
It's currently R1.
Okay, I'll relook it, I looked it up and it was R2.
So, whenever I'm looking at the city's website, which is not up to date fully, I know that, but it does show that as R2.
That's where I got my information
Okay,
from.
thank you.
Sure.
We just want to lock that down that it is R2. I was under the impression that it was a different zoning. Our R2 is a little bit more easier to work with at times for us, so. Myself, as a plan commissioner, once I received your email, we have a sunshine law that we cannot talk amongst each other.
Sure.
In regards to the property, but I did go to staff. Mr. Brown was kind enough to meet with me.
Okay.
And we discussed it for probably 30 minutes in the hallway. And we'll proceed forward accordingly.
Okay.
So we are listening and we are hearing you, so just
Thank
bear
you,
with
that's
us.
all we ask.
Please keep in touch with Mr. Logan.
Okay.
So that if we have a special workshop, which we just discussed, that you and your father can be there.
Sure.
And we will happily take any input from you, and you can know firsthand what's going on with your property, not only just for yourself, but any citizen is welcome to participate and give us input.
Okay.
So, but thank you very much. That is
Thank you for your
exactly
time.
what we
Appreciate you.
needed. Thank you. So we will carry that discussion on to workshop.
Back into regular rules.
Oh,
You don't have a vote. You just say we're gonna go back into regular rules.
Oh, okay. So we're going back to our regular meeting rules and suspending it so the customer could speak with us. Thank you very much once again. If there's any questions or comments from the board? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
And a frog. You think we're going to see some of those things today?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what's in those containers. Are you sure you really want to see what's in them? This is Miss Holly with the, please say the name of your company.
Natural History Education Company of the Mid-South.
Yeah, that's it. I was going to say that. I was. We are thrilled to have you here today. We want to, if we holler our slogan, we're proud of our slogan this summer. It says over there what it is. If we holler that, will it cause a problem here and wake anything
They should
up?
be okay.
Now, you're sure? We don't want to cause a problem right here.
Don't worry about it.
Do we? No, she says it'll be okay. So let's, on the count of 3, what's our slogan? Dream big, read. Okay, do y'all remember? Dream big, read. Okay, on the count of 3, let's call it out. She says it's fine. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, I think we're okay. Okay, she said we're fine. So here is Miss Holly. Yay!
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Like she said, my name is Miss Holly Taylor, and I work for the Natural History Education Company of the Mid-South. That's a mouthful. Our company is a company that likes to share our knowledge of wildlife and the outdoors with people, especially young people. So I brought some amazing live animals to share with you guys today. This is called the World of Reptiles, this program is. So this program includes things like reptiles, things like snakes and lizards and things like that. Some people don't like these animals very much, but I just want you to know you're going to be seeing them and seeing them very closely. So please, let's go over some rules first, all right? Because these are live animals, we want to make sure they don't get scared. So, I need you guys to sit on your bottoms, crisscross applesauce, and stay behind the lines. This is what I need you to scoot back a little bit and get behind the lines, okay? Keep these areas clear so I can walk around. I don't want to trip and fall with the reptile. You don't want me to either. So, stay seated, please. Do not get up and run around, especially when I've got the animals out. We need to stay as quiet as we possibly can as well, because we don't want to frighten the animals when I'm holding them. Frightened animals will bite and scratch and try to get away. That'll be happening to me. I'd rather it not happen to me. So let's keep it nice and calm and quiet. There will be no touching of animals today. These are like zoo animals for looking, not for touching. If you don't want to touch them, they don't like being touched. So let's keep our hands to ourselves when I walk around. But I'm going to make sure everyone gets a nice close look at them the best that I can, okay? Also, I know you guys are going to have lots of questions, and that's great. Questions are how we learn. If you want to ask me a question, what should you do first? You should raise your hand. Very good. Okay. Now, I want to see how smart you guys are. So I'll be asking you lots of questions. If you want to answer one of my questions, what should you do? You should raise your hand. Let's practice that. Those of you guys who want to stay here and see all the cool animals by following all the rules, raise your hand. That better be everybody. Okay. Those of you guys who don't want to stay here by breaking the rules and be asked to leave, raise your hand. Hopefully there's nobody like that. Kids under 3 don't count for that one. So, all right. So let's make sure we stay quiet, stay seated, keep your hands down, and I will put the animals away and ask people to leave if you guys can't follow the rules. It's for your safety, number one. Okay? I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially me, but that's okay. I've been hurt before. All right. Also, cell phones. Appreciate if you guys silence those. I don't mind if you take pictures. Flashes won't bother the animals, so don't worry about that either. We ready to get started? Yeah. Okay, so today is called the World of Reptiles. First of all, who can tell me what a reptile is? What makes them different from other animals? Yes?
One thing is, most of the time they're cold-blooded.
Some lay eggs, and they are cold-blooded.
And most of the time they have scales.
Scales, good, no hair, they've got scales. What does it mean to be cold-blooded? Does anybody know that? Does it mean your blood is cold? What does that mean?
Like they stay in a very cold spot, like in the some cold-blooded animals. They stay in somewhere where it's very dark.
Sometimes, yeah. Basically, what it means is you. Go ahead. Did you have a?
It means that they have to, like if they're too hot, they have to go somewhere cold, and if they're too cold, they have to go.
Very good. You were on the right track. Good. Basically, cold-blooded means your body's the same temperature as your environment. So if a snake gets too cold, they gotta move into the sun to warm up, or if they get too hot, they gotta move underground to cool down. That's basically what cold-blooded means. Okay, so who can tell me, remember to raise your hand, what is this? What have I got here? The Earth, good. What do we call a map of Earth like this? Globe, very good. This is a globe. This globe is special because you don't see any words on it. There's no boundaries. This is actually satellite pictures from space. So if you were an astronaut floating up in space looking down on Earth, it would look a lot like this without the valve. Let's talk about our amazing planet Earth. Raise your hand. This should be a review for most of you guys. What is the blue on our planet? What is the blue?
Water.
Okay, water. Good. Oceans, rivers, streams. What about the green? The green.
Land.
Yes, sir.
Grass.
Land. More specifically, what would be green from space, though? What would green be showing up? More specific than land. Grass. What else would be green from space besides grass? Trees. Forest. Good. So forest. What about the tan color? What would the tan color be like?
Sand.
Yes. Sand? What kind of environment would be sandy like this, though? Deserts, good. Deserts. What about the spot on the very top of our planet? What is that called? Which one's on top? North Pole, good. And then the what? South Pole, good job, guys. Okay, one more. What is the imaginary line that runs around the center of the planet?
The equator.
The equator. Good job. You're a smart bunch. Okay, equator divides Earth into 2 equal halves. So this is our amazing planet Earth. We've got rainforests. We've got deserts. We've got frozen wastelands and grasslands. And all these places are home to unique animals. And we're going to stop around the different continents and learn about different reptiles found along the way. So our first stop of the day is going to be this continent right here. What is this continent? Africa. Good. Our first animal is an African animal. He is found right down here in southern Africa. Nice and green. This is African marsh and grassland. So let's meet him. Remember our rule. We keep it nice and quiet. I'm going to need a towel for this guy. You'll see why. And I didn't mean to lie to anybody. This first animal is not a reptile at all. It's actually an amphibian. And a very dirty one. Don't freak out for the dirt. It's just dirt. Okay. He is alive. Watch his eye. He's alive. Okay. This is an African bullfrog, also known as an African pixie frog. This is the world's second largest frog, which means there's a frog that gets even bigger than this. He's gonna come around. Don't put your fingers up to his mouth. Just look. He's a big frog, isn't he? But like I said, this is only the world's second largest frog. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog. Those guys are over 1 foot long from nose to rear end, not including the legs. That is the world's largest frog, and yes, that's a big frog. But these are pretty big too. These get about 5 or 6 pounds. He's about as big as he's gonna get. He's mostly air right now because whenever they get frightened, they puff up with air like that to look all big and strong. Now, like all amphibians, his skin is shiny and moist. Why do amphibians have to stay moist all the time? Does anybody know why? Shh, quiet down, guys. Does anybody know why?
He's the door in the water.
You guys are all doing it right now.
Breathing.
How they?
Because they can't breathe.
How they breathe. They actually breathe through their skin. That's why they have to stay moist all the time. You guys be patient. I'm going to squeeze through here. I don't want to step on anybody. Stay where you are. Okay. Make sure everyone gets a nice close look at him. Everyone else stay quiet and be patient when they come around. So he's slimy. You got to stay moist because that's how he breathes. Now, no touching. Just like you don't want to touch him. Waving at you. I told you it's just dirt, so don't panic. It's going to be a lot worse. Just dirt. So, where these guys are found, there are 2 seasons. How many seasons do we have here? 4. Good. There's 2 seasons. Now, during those 2 seasons are the wet season and the dry season. And during the dry season, these guys are several feet underground. Because remember, they've got to stay nice and moist all the time, otherwise they will die. So during the dry season, they're underground. They make a cocoon for themselves. This cocoon is made out of mucus. You can tell me what mucus is. What is mucus? It's basically like snot. Yeah, it's basically snot. Is it from drying out? Out of mucus. Right down. Right down, guys. And when the rainy season finally does come, it soaks that mucus cocoon and softens it. He climbs his way out to come to the surface. Before he comes to the surface, he does something very interesting with that cocoon. What do you think he does with that cocoon? He eats it. That's right. It's like you guys eating your own snot. They eat that big cocoon. That goes to the surface. Right? You don't have to. Don't think about it too hard. So they climb to the surface, and then they find the girl African bullfrogs. Now the females are much, much smaller than the males. As a matter of fact, the females are about the size of his head. They're much, much smaller. There's a reason for this, and we'll get to that shortly. So they find the girl African bullfrogs. They get together. The females lay as many as 4,000 eggs. It's a lot of kids. Not very many of them will survive. There are a lot of them. Wait a minute, you guys. Again, it's just dirt. Dirt don't hurt, as they say, so don't worry about it. So, after she lays her eggs, guess what she does? Doesn't die. What do you think she does? She what? Climb out? Well, more specific. Actually, no. What she does is she leaves. Mama does not take care of the babies. Daddy does. That's why Daddy's so big and strong. Now these guys actually have weapons, believe it or not. They have teeth in their mouth. Not very many frogs, or amphibians in general, have teeth, but they do. And they use those teeth to defend their babies, themselves, and to eat some very surprising things. These guys eat things like mice, snakes, small lizards, birds, each other. Anything they can fit into that mouth, they will eat. And they also can bite, so why you're not putting your fingers. Wait a minute again. That way, that's why you don't put your fingers next to the mouth, because they do bite. And yes, it hurts, so I've heard. I've not been bitten by him yet. So, he saves those eggs until they hatch. How many days do you think it takes for those eggs to hatch? Give me any number.
It would probably take a whole month.
A month is a good guess. 7 weeks? Good guess. Go ahead. No. Think smaller. Smaller numbers. 4 days is a good guess. Think one more number. Yes. Yes. 2 weeks. Actually, those eggs hatch in only 2 days. Yes, 2 days. Now that's very fast. It is very fast, but the rainy season is very short. So they've got to grow up very quickly. In fact, in 18 days, they're ready to hop away. So what's a baby frog called before it gets its legs? Tadpole, good. Now tadpoles breathe water, adult and frogs breathe air. What is the big long word that means an animal transforming through several stages? What is that word? Do you know? I saw your hand go up for a second. You know? Life cycle, another word for it, other than life cycle. Metamorphosis, good job. Metamorphosis, they go through metamorphosis. They go from a water-breathing animal. I got them, don't worry. Shh, too much talking. Shh. Too much talking. They go from a water-breathing animal. You got mud on you? Sorry, it's just dirt. Sorry. Yeah, try to look directly up when he's under you so you don't get dirt in your eye. It's amazing. It's a miraculous change. A lot of biologists still don't know how they do it. So he protects them during that time. He'll protect them from lions, from people, anything that walks by, he'll attack it. Now let me show you his short little legs. It's not the most dignified end of the frog, but look at his short little legs. Look at those legs. What? Don't make fun of him. You can't help it. He's got a cute little rear end, I think. So he's got short little legs. Those legs are not very good for swimming or for hopping. What they are good for, though, is for digging. These guys can dig several feet underground during the dry season, and they also will use their legs to dig in the channels and the pools where their tadpoles are and guide them to deeper water as their pools dry up. So they're very, very good daddies. When this job is done, everyone hops to the surface, or hops underground and waits for the next rainy season. Now you notice I have this towel. I don't just have this towel because he's very dirty. There's another reason for it. Have any of you guys ever gone outside and picked up a toad before? No. No? Yes? Okay, who has? What they do? They pee, okay. Now it's actually not pee. A lot of people think that it is. It's just water. All frogs and toads store water in a certain part of their body, and that's their emergency water supply. Remember, they cannot dry out. It's important that they don't dry out. So if someone like you or an animal picks them up, they'll release that water to try to scare you into dropping them. Doesn't give you warts. That's an old wives' tale. Warts are not caused by frogs or toads. Now, if a toad dribbles on you, it's a little bit of water. But if this guy decided to, it's a lot of water. I know it's been hot out there, but I really didn't want to hose you guys down. So that's why I have the towel with me today. And here's an interesting fun fact, a nice gross one. You guys will appreciate this. In the Kalahari Desert, there's a group of people known as the African Bushmen. And they're master survivors of the desert. They're desert people. One of their emergency supplies of water is they will actually dig up a toad, squeeze it, and drink the water out of their body. So, good tip for the next time you guys are stranded in the middle of the desert. Just dig up your nearest frog or toad. Okay, what kind of frog is this? Who remembers what kind of frog this is? African bullfrog. Good. They're also called an African pixie frog, but not because they're small and delicate and cute berries. Pixie comes from the Latin name pixocephalus, which just means round head. So, you gonna wave for everybody? Wave for everybody. Come on, wave. Come on, wave. There he goes. He's lazy today. Okay, so they are very lazy. They just sit in their cage all day. They're kind of boring, really. Okay, so we're in southern Africa. Now we're going to jump north to the area above Africa. What is that called? Somebody different. Someone's got to know.
Europe.
Europe. Good, we're going to Europe next. This next animal's from Europe. Also, a good example of how appearances can be deceiving in the animal world. Not everything is as it seems. Quiet down. Better, thank you. This is not a snake. He looks like one, but he's not. This is actually a European legless lizard. He's a lizard. Because he has no legs does not make him a snake. I'm going to tell you why he's not a snake. Several reasons, actually. Look at him. Remember, don't touch. Just look. You're gonna see him hiss and throw his body around. He does not like being held, but don't worry about it. He's not going to hurt anybody. There's a few reasons why we know he's not a snake. If you look at his head behind his eyes, you're going to see holes. Those holes are ears. Snakes don't have those. Snakes are actually dead. But these guys have ears. Also, sweetheart, can you scoot back a little more? I don't want to trip over your. There you go. We've actually got room right here to scoot. You're also going to notice him blinking. Snakes don't do that either. Because these guys have eyelids and snakes do not. So they blink and they've got ears. They've also got several rows of belly scales, a different shaped head, and really just different behavior overall. So we know this is in fact a lizard and not a snake. Now his tail actually starts way up here. This is his tail. Now their tail, keep your hands down. Can I come around, keep your hands down so you don't want to touch them. Now their tails can actually break off. Why would it be good for a lizard to be able to lose his tail? Yes, ma'am. We can run away. Very good. That is a defense mechanism. They can lose or senesce their tail if a creature is trying to attack them and eat them. A lot of things like to eat these guys. Shh. Quiet down. That tail can break off. And if the tail breaks off, it'll actually thrash around and spurt blood everywhere. It'll attract the predator away and he can actually escape. Now he will regrow his tail. It won't be as pretty and long. It'll be dark and short and stubby. But he can survive and go on and live the rest of his life. Now these guys do actually have something left of legs. You guys won't be able to see it too well because I don't want to put them that close to your face. But if you were to look very close at the top of his tail, he's got these two tiny little nubs. And those nubs are actually called vestiges. They're not legs anymore. They don't really do anything. But they're kind of left over from when scientists think they had legs at one time. Now, they also have, also, okay, I got him, don't worry. If he got out of my hands, hypothetically speaking, he's just gonna escape. That's all he's gonna do, so don't worry about it. He's harmless. Now they also have free floating pelvis. But that pelvis also does not serve any purpose either. These guys are found in dry, rocky areas, in the Mediterranean, parts of Russia. If you have an interesting name in Russian, I want to teach you guys. Right now, these guys are called the Sheltodol Pusik in Russian. The Sheltodol Pusik. You say that? Okay, I'll say it again. Sheltodol Pusik. There you go. Sheltodol Pusik is the one Russian word I know. It has taught you my entire knowledge of the Russian language. That means yellow belly in Russian. So that's the Russian language. So these guys are active mostly at the beginning and end of the day. What do you think that a creature like this would eat? What do you think he would like to eat? Yes. Someone help her out. Little mice, maybe, sometimes. It's all right. It's all right. What else? Bugs. There you go. These guys like to eat bugs. They're insects. Now, what is a meat eater called? What do you call a meat eater? Yes, ma'am. Carnivore. Good. What about a plant eater? What is that? Herbivore. Good. What about if you eat both? Yes, ma'am. Omnivore. Okay. What about if you only eat insects? What is that called? I'll give you a hint. Insect is in the name. Too much talking, guys. What would that be, do you think? Insectivore. Insectivore. Good job. There we go. What's up, anybody? These guys are insectivores. I thought maybe you liked it. That's why you scored a little bit. I got him out. All right. They're insectivores. They do have teeth. They've got sharp, conical teeth and strong jaws. Their favorite foods are actually things like slugs and snails. They're like slimy stuff. This guy also happens to love grubs a lot as well. Now he's about as big as he's going to get. He's fully grown. I don't know for sure if it's a boy or a girl. They get about 3 feet long. These guys also have surprisingly long lifespans. Right down. These guys live 50 years or more, which is surprising for an animal of this size. Someone just knows what to throw it in their face. Okay. Right now, do we have any Harry Potter fans in here? Okay, let's test your geeky knowledge here. All right. So, in I think the second movie, not sure which book it was, there was a mythological creature that looked a lot like this. What was that creature? Basilisk, good. He looks like the basilisk. He was actually inspiration for the basilisk. It's very similar in appearance. Obviously, the basilisk is much bigger. Now, the basilisk in mythology was the king of all serpents who could kill you by looking at you in the eye. But he's not the basilisk, so don't worry about it. This guy is not a snake. What is he? A lizard. Lizard, good. Why do we know he's a lizard and not a snake? It's one of the reasons we know that. Snakes don't have ears. What else? They blink. Good. Okay. European legless lizard, or what's his name in Russian? Yellow belly. Yellow belly. There you go. Okay. So where are we right now? Where are we at? Europe or Russia? Okay. Right now. So right now, we're going to jump across the smaller ocean. What is the small ocean called? Atlantic, good. We're going to go to this continent right here. What is this continent? The one higher. Where we live. North America, good, North America. We're going to be here in the American Southwest, in the desert. What are your rules? Quiet down, we'll be able to see it. That is better. Okay, on here. No drama queens, okay? Still too much talking, guys. Okay, this is a snake. This is not a dangerous snake. I would not be holding it if it was. This is a Pueblan milk snake. These are found in the American Southwest and southern Arizona and parts of Mexico as well. Now, the colors may be kind of striking to you because there is a snake that looks kind of like this that is dangerous. What is the snake that she looks like that is dangerous? Does anybody know?
Lady.
Not a rattlesnake.
Lady.
I know somebody knows it. It starts with a C.
Lady.
Coral snake, good. She resembles the coral snake. Now, she's not a coral snake. I would not be holding her if she was. But she is similar. She looks like one on purpose. Why would she want to look like a venomous coral snake? Ooh. Very good. Predators will leave her alone, right? If you think this is a venomous coral snake, you're going to leave it alone. There is a way to tell the difference. There's a rhyme to help you tell the difference. Do you know that rhyme?
Red touches black, friend of Jack.
Good. Good job. Okay. Make sure everyone learns this today. We don't have coral snakes here, but just in case you're somewhere where they are. Shh. Guys, over here, calm down. Shh. No. Calm down, okay? All right. Let me teach you all this rhyme, all right? Red touches yellow, kills a fellow. Red touches black, friend of Jack. Okay, now say it with me. Red touches yellow, kills a fellow. Red touches black, friend of Jack. I've heard venom black as well. Red touches what color? What is this color right here? Black, not yellow. I hope not. This is red touches black or venom black, friend of Jack. She's a friend of Jack. Okay, so we know she's not venomous. These are active mostly at night. What do we call an animal that is active at night? Nocturnal, good job. Nocturnal is appropriate for this year's summer reading program. Who's supposed to be talking? Me, thank you, okay. So they're active at night because it's a lot cooler at night than it is during the daytime. Now, you notice as I come around, her tongue is sticking in and out. Is she making fun of you guys? Why is she sticking her tongue out? Why is she doing that?
Smell.
To smell, very good. It's how they smell. They got a moist tongue like a dog's moist nose. They flick it in and out. And that's the way they learn about their environment. Also, can she hear me talking right now? No. Remember, she has no ears. They can feel vibrations through the ground, but they cannot hear sound waves. Are you going to see her blink? No, she has no eyelids. They do have a scale covering their eyes with a contact lens that gets shed with the rest of their skin, but she will not blink. It's hard to tell when a snake's asleep. She's about as big as she's going to get. They get about 3 up to 4 feet long, I think. But even because no drama queens, what I said, look, she's about as harmless as she can be. Did you want to pet her? I want you to pet her and tell her how she feels. Slow and smooth. Very good. See, snakes are not only let adults touch because it's funny when adults get hurt, not when kids get hurt. So that's why we only let them. Okay, so what she said is true. Snakes are actually not slimy at all. They're actually very, very smooth and dry, like leather, and she's very soft and she just shed her skin. So she's not venomous, but she does have teeth. All snakes have teeth. It's how they hold onto their food and eat. What do you think a snake like this would eat? No. No, don't scream. Stay right where you are. No drama queens, okay? You don't want to scare the snake. Or each other. What do you think she would eat? Mice, good. They like mice. Rodents, things like mice and rats and moles and voles. Some of these also eat other snakes, a lot of them are cannibals as well. Sit down. Just stay where you are. I'm coming through. Much better. They stay quiet. These guys sneeze and people dying and getting sick. You're all right. You're all right. Don't hurt yourself trying to get away from it. Also, mice are one of the #1 causes of house fires in North America. So they get into our houses during the wintertime, chew wires, and cause fires. So mice and rats can cause a lot of problems for us. So snakes are one of the #1 best controllers of mouse population. Without snakes, we'd have way too many mice. So are snakes a good thing or a bad thing? They're actually a good thing. You see, even animals we don't like have a purpose on this planet. And that is the purpose of snakes. Stay where I'm not going to step on anybody. Try not to. Stay where you are. You're okay. That is their purpose for controlling mouse populations. And I promise, they do a much better job than your cat. Because they can slither down into the hole where the entire family is and eat the entire family in one sitting and take care of your problems. They're really, really good mousers. Now, they're called a milk snake. Why on earth are they called a milk snake? Anybody want to guess? You think they would give milk? They don't give milk. Only mammals do. Good guess, though. What do you think they're called a milk snake?
Because they drink milk.
Because they drink milk, you would think so, but they don't drink milk. Anyone else take a guess?
Because they're white on them.
The white looks kind of like milk. It does. Usually it's more of a yellow color, but yeah. Good guess is all of them, but there's actually another reason for it. There's an old wives' tale. Back in the day, farmers, and some farmers still believe this, I gotta be careful. Farmers used to think that these snakes would go in their barn at night and milk their cows. Now, could you imagine a snake doing that? Would a snake do that? No, a snake would not do that. But the farmer would think so. But I can imagine a cow sitting still for a snake to bite it and suck milk, besides the fact that snakes don't drink milk and don't have lips and can't suck. So why would the snake be in the barn in the first place, do you think? Why would she be in there?
To eat the mice.
Very good. Eat the mice and the rats. She was actually doing the farmer a big favor. So what kind of, sit down, sweetheart, sit down. You sit. Good job. So, what kind of snake is this? Who remembers?
Milk.
Milk snake, or a Pueblan milk snake. Good job. Okay. She's venomous or non-venomous? Non-venomous. Okay. These actually make pretty good pets, by the way. As far as snakes go, they make pretty good pets. Okay. Put her back now. This is a female. It's very hard to tell in snakes, males from females, but she actually laid eggs, so that's how we know for sure it's a girl. Not intentional. Okay. So right now we are where? North America. Good. We're going to jump south of this continent right down here.
Africa.
South America. Good. Our next two animals are rainforest animals. What is the name of this rainforest over here? What's it called? Got a specific name though. It is tropical. What is it called? Amazon. Good job. We're going to use the Amazon rainforest. Now let's quiet down. We don't want to frighten this guy. It's a baby. Well, I'll tell you. Okay. Okay. This guy is a rainforest tortoise known as a red-footed tortoise. Now most tortoises, I know he's cute, guys, but don't touch, just look. Alright. He's a rainforest tortoise. Now most tortoises are found in very dry or desert habitats, but he is not. He is found in the wild in a very hot, wet, humid, rainy place in the rainforest. Now, he's not fully grown. Like I said, he's a baby. He's only about 5 or 6 years old. And turtles grow very, very slow. He may live to be, quiet down over here, girls. He may actually live to be 50 years or more. Turtles are very long-lived animals. Some species of turtle can actually live to be close to 200 years, which is a very, very long time. Well, like I said, he's not quite fully grown. He's got about that much longer, about that much taller, way up to 20 pounds. He weighs about 7 pounds right now. They're called a red-footed tortoise because of the red markings on the fronts of their legs. Now, they're not as bright as they normally would be because he's very dirty. These guys love to bury up in the mud. They love mud. A lot of turtles do that to stay cool, but it gets very, very hot. So, like I said, he's not fully grown, but like all turtles, he's got this hard protective shell. Now that shell is obviously important to protect his body, but can he walk out of his shell and leave it behind like a hermit crab? No. No, good answer, he could not do that. This shell, there you are. This shell is part of his skeleton actually. This is his bone. His internal organs are attached all on the inside, and his spine runs right up here. So he is actually attached to his shell. He's not going to walk out of it and leave it behind. He can pull most of his body into it. He's not going to because he's not shy. He can actually pull his head in, put his feet up in front of his face, protect his face, and kind of tuck his hind feet and his tail in as well. There is only one turtle we have around here who can pull its entire body inside and even close the front door. What kind of turtle is that? You know what I'm talking about? Good. Box turtle, good. The box turtle, that is a local turtle we have here. Now, box turtles are actually may one day be on the endangered species list because we don't have very many of them left. Number one reason for that is because they get hit on the road so much. So, next time you see a box turtle across the road, help it across without getting hit yourself, of course. Now, these guys have the most varied diet of any turtle in the world, just about. These guys eat both plants and animals, so they are what? Omnivores, they're omnivorous, very good. Now, turtles don't have teeth. They've got a sharp beak to bite off and mash up food with. They eat things like mushrooms and fruit, he loves fruit, vegetables, and insects, slimy slugs and grubs, and occasionally dead things as well. Yeah, dead stuff, they're like carrion is what that's called. Okay, so you're right, sit down. I don't want to trip on anybody. Okay. Now I think this is a boy turtle, I don't know for sure, I'm going to tell you why I think it is. Now in boy turtles, their shell actually kind of scoops in like this. This guy's called squirt, that's why I have the towel on. But a male turtle shell scoops in the bottom. Like, also they have a longer tail, so I think it's a boy, I don't know for sure. Now in turtles, these turtles anyways, the boys get bigger than the girls. And the reason for that is the boys actually fight for the girls. And the way they do that is, they've got this sharp, pointy thing underneath their neck that sticks out, their blasters, and that's their weapon or their ramming rod. So when two male turtles meet, and there's a girl there they both want, they both start to bob their heads. That's how they initiate a fight. They bob their heads. It goes on for a long time. Very, very, it's a fight in slow motion. So they do that for a while. Finally, they start to ram each other. They use that piece right here to actually try to flip the other turtle over. And the one who flips the turtle over is the winner. The loser may sometimes actually die if they can't right themselves again. Usually they can flip it over pretty easily, but not all of them can. So, what kind of turtle is this? Who remembers what this is?
A red turtle?
Red-footed tortoise. Very, very good. Like I said, he will live a long time, and possibly even outlive me. So, they're definitely an investment of time. By the way, you may or may not know this, but it's actually against the law to have turtles as a pet in Tennessee. And it's kind of a complicated law. If you have more questions, ask me afterwards. I won't turn you in or anything. But just so you know, you got to have a permit to have a turtle in Tennessee. Okay, so red-footed tortoise. Let's put him back now. Now the reason I have this towel because he tends to go to the bathroom. He's usually pretty good about it, but a couple of weeks ago I was at the Clarksville Library, and they had beautiful, lovely carpet. And he decided to use the bathroom. I didn't have the towel then. That's why I have the towel now. It was a big mess. Me and the janitor had a lot of fun cleaning that up. So if you go there and you notice somebody staying on the carpet, he's the reason. Okay, so right now we're in South America. Now I've been kind of lax with you guys so far, but I'm going to be a lot stricter with this next animal. This guy is big. He definitely does not like to be touched. Kids need to sit down and not get up when I'm coming around. In fact, I may not get in among you with this guy. You'll see why. It's very important we stay quiet and calm and stay on your bottoms, okay? Very cool. I don't want you to be scared of him, but he's just a lot bigger than the other ones we've had. Everybody get seated. He's actually shedding today. Okay. This guy is maybe an animal you've never seen before. This guy is an Argentine black and white tegu. T-E-G-U. Now tegu just means lizard. Just means lizard in the South American language. So he's about as big as he's gonna get. They get about 4.5 feet long, weighs to 15 pounds. And he's also a male. The males get bigger than the females in these guys. The males also have these big puffy cheeks like you see right here. I'm actually not sure what those are for. I wasn't able to find any information. But I do think it has to do with maybe showing off to the girls or scaring away the other boys. Sweetheart, you need to sit down. Layla, sit. Just sit. Okay, stay right there. Thank you. You're going to notice when I come around, he's got a nice long tongue. Now that tongue is a lot like a snake's tongue in that that's how he smells. He smells and tastes the air around him. But unlike a snake, he does have ears and he can hear, and you're going to see him blink as well. They also have very good eyesight. They're very, very intelligent animals, these guys. Now, these are in a family of lizards known as the whiptail lizards. Look at his tail. See how long that tail is? It's very thick. This tail is their weapon. If he gets upset, you'll see why they're called the whiptail lizard. And I've got the welt to prove it. These guys usually tend to whip their tails around rather than bite. Although I would not want to be bitten by him either. He's got very, very powerful jaws and very sharp teeth. These guys are found in South America. They're found more along the forest edges and savannas than they are in the deep rainforest. They got short, powerful legs they use for digging. These guys will dig underground in search of food. Now these guys also eat both plants and animals, so they're what? Omnivores, very, very good. This is why I'm not going to get too close to you. When he gets upset, he tends to thrash around. Okay, shh, who's talking over here? Shh. Shh. Quiet, thank you. I'm going to scare him. Don't want to scare him, trust me. If you guys notice I got some scratches on my arms, this guy is why right here. He's getting ready to demonstrate that. These guys are very powerful diggers. They look for food. They like things like eggs and arthropods, dead things, fish. These are actually very good swimmers, by the way. They can swim and actually hold their breath for a long period of time. Not very good climbers, though. They're not really climb. These guys spend more time on and under the ground than up in trees. Now, there is a lizard that spends a lot of time in trees that is an herbivore, and it's green. What is that lizard called? It's very common. Huh? No. Yes. Not a gecko. Think bigger. They're real popular pets. You get them all the time. Chameleon. Not a chameleon. Think bigger. Someone's got to know this. Iguana. There you go. Iguanas. These guys share their habitats with iguanas, but unlike iguanas, these guys don't really climb and they eat meat. So, he's about 6 or 7 years old, and they live to be about 15 years old. You notice his beautiful black and white skin. Now this skin is what they're named for. Sorry, I can't come back there with him. This skin is what they're named for. And unfortunately, this skin has caused problems for the tegus because people think they make nice cowboy boots and purses. So especially back in the 1980s, it still goes on today, these guys were killed by the thousands and made into boots and purses for leather trade. Now, these guys are very understudied. There are very few people out there studying these guys. We don't know very much about them. Maybe one of you guys, though, keep your hands down for now. Maybe one of you guys will grow up and study animals like this, become a herpetologist. What do you think a herpetologist does? What do they study? What are we talking about today? Reptiles, good. They study reptiles and amphibians. It's a herpetologist study. Maybe one of you guys will grow up, be a herpetologist, learn about these guys, and protect them. These don't make very good pets unless you're experienced because they're very, very powerful, and they can really do some damage to you. So, what kind of lizard is this? Who remembers what this is?
Black and white skin.
No. It rhymes with ragu.
The black and white
tegu, good job. Argentine black and white tegu. His name is Onyx. Like I said, these guys are actually very intelligent. He knows how to walk on a leash and harness. It's a lot of fun to take him out in public parks and that sort of thing. People out there walking their poodles and stuff. But he's a really cool animal. But when he gets unhappy, he lets you know. So, put it back now, it's pretty good. Argentine black and white agate. Ouch. He was just getting his balance that time, but it still hurts. Also, another interesting note about these guys. If you ever watched any really, really old black and white movies, like the silent movies, they used to use these as dinosaurs in the background. So, but they got a real prehistoric look to them. Okay, so, where are we right now? What continent are we on right now?
South America.
South America, very good. These guys are found in parts of Argentina and Brazil. Our last, there goes a bit more. I knew I was going to do that at some point. Our last animal of the day, we're going to jump across, why South America? We're going to jump across the big ocean. What's the name of the big ocean? Pacific, good. We're going to the world's largest continent. Is what? Asia, good. We're going to be in southeastern Asia. You'll only see it when you guys are quiet. That's for sure. We're going to be in southeastern Asia, which is also a rainforest environment. I'm going to stay up here with this next guy as well because he's kind of big and we're still getting to know each other. Everyone will be able to see him just fine, so don't worry about that. Let's meet this next animal. They're found in Malaysia and Thailand, parts of China, and also Burma. Okay. This guy is a Burmese python. Burmese python. This is a pretty big snake, you may think, but by Burmese python standards and even by large snake standards, he's a tiny guy. This guy is a baby. He's only 2 years old, which means, quiet down, quiet. Thank you, better. Which means he's going to get a lot bigger. These guys are in the top 6 largest snakes in the world. These guys can reach 16 to 18 feet at least and can reach over 20 feet when they're fully grown and over 100 pounds. That's obviously one that's been fed a lot and has lived a long time, but they can reach that size. Now that's a big snake, don't get me wrong. That's not the world's biggest snake. What is the world's biggest snake? The what? Not the cobra. The king cobra is the world's largest venomous snake. But what's the world's largest snake? Yes. Anaconda. The anaconda is one of them. There's actually another one too. There's another one. Do you know the other one? Good. Reticulated python. Good job. The anaconda is the heaviest, over 400 pounds, close to 30 feet. Reticulated python can reach 32 feet. I think that's the record, and doesn't get as big or heavy as the anaconda. But they're both very big snakes, big enough to eat any of you guys. So, but these guys don't get quite that big. Now, he's just a baby, like I said, 2 years old. He's going to get a lot bigger. Now, is this a color that you would see in the wild? Yes? You think so? No. No. What do you call this color besides yellow, not banana? What do you call, let's go back one more. What do you call a color where there's no dark pigment? What is the name of that color? You know? Yeah, you thought you had it. Even people could be this as well. I bet an adult knows it. Albino, good. He's an albino. Albino just means lack of pigment or melanin. People could be that way too. Quiet down. Now, albinos do happen some in the wild, but do you think that he would be able to hide very well? No, this will not make very good camouflage. Their normal color is more of a greenish or brownish color. That acts as, what do you call when you're blending in with your surroundings? Camouflage. Camouflage, good. This is not good camouflage. He would not live very long in the wild like this. This is also an animal that comes out at night, which is, what is that called again? Nocturnal, good. So it comes out at night. These guys, I don't want to put them up too soon, guys. These guys have special tools for finding animals in complete darkness. Under his nostrils, he's got this row of holes. He's not going to, let me show you. He's kind of shy. He's got a row of holes under his nostrils, which are called heat-sensing pits. Those help him to sense warm-bodied animals in complete darkness. So he will actually wait for animals to come to them. These are ambush predators. When an animal does finally come along, they grab it, they wrap their body around it, and they squeeze it really, really hard. What is that called when you squeeze it really hard? Another word for it. way. They wrap their body around, they squeeze it until it stops breathing. They do have teeth, they've got very sharp teeth actually, that they use to grab and hold onto their food with, because again, you have to think about it. Snakes are kind of a disadvantage in the animal world. They have no claws, they have nothing to grab their food and hold on with. That's why they've got those sharp teeth that point backwards, kind of like a shark's. I know you guys are dying for me to come back there, but I can't walk among the kids with this guy, so we're still, like I said, we're still getting to know each other. Maybe afterwards when the kids are out of here, I might do. Okay, sweetheart, you gotta sit down, okay? You guys need to sit down and stay where you are. Do not. Okay, sit down. Sit down. This is for your safety, okay? So, they use constriction to kill their prey. They got very sharp teeth to grab their food with. So, their natural habitat is Southeastern Asia, like I said, but it's not the only place you can find these besides pet stores. Where can you find these snakes now that they're not supposed to be? Kind of close to home. Florida. Shh. Quiet down, guys. Shh. Quiet down. Yes, the Florida Everglades and the Keys, where these are now found wild. He's a very active snake. So how in the world did these big snakes get there? What are they doing in Florida? How'd they get there? They're Everglades, yeah, but how did they get there? They swim across the ocean?
Yeah.
No, that's too far. How did they get there?
People buy them when they get too big and they let them go.
It's a big part of the problem. Very good. People think these make really cool pets. You can go to almost any pet store and get one of these. They're about this big when you get them. You think, oh, it's so cute. People take it home, and 2 years later, they got this. Another couple of years, he's going to weigh, probably close to 45, 50 pounds. They grow very quickly. They can grow 7 feet in their first year of life. They're very, very fast growers. People get scared of these guys, and rightly so. This is not a toy. This really does not even make a good pet, even, because even this size, he could easily kill me if he wanted to. And it does happen. People get killed by these all the time. They're beloved pets they've had for years and years will suddenly one day grab them and try to eat them. Because they don't rationalize. If they're hungry and you smell like food, they're going to treat you like food. That's why only experts should have these. You have to learn how to read their behavior and know whether they're going to attack or not, because they're not child's play. This is not a good pet. So they're in the Everglades. People get these, and they get too big and they let them go. Is it a good idea to let a snake like this go? No. Very bad idea. Because, like I said, they're dangerous to small pets and small children in urban environments. He's trying to hide. He's kind of scared. Also, and they pose a huge threat to the environment. Because in the Everglades, you have a lot of endangered species. There are a lot of animals down there that need protection. When you throw these snakes in there, they eat a lot of different kinds of food. As a matter of fact, common everyday animals like raccoons and opossums are practically extinct. Are practically extinct because there's so many of these snakes. They estimate there to be about 500,000 of these now living and breeding in the Florida Everglades. So we're never getting rid of them. They're there to stay. But they're not going to migrate north or anything like that because the frost line keeps them down. They can't survive our cold winters. So, is this the world's biggest snake? No. This is the Burmese python. Not the world's biggest snake, but they do get very, very big. And do these make good pets? No. Please say no. Snakes do make good pets, just not these. These belong in zoos, in the wild, and only by experts like myself. You guys think this is a cool job? Yeah. I think it is. I think it's an awesome job. If you guys want a job like this when you grow up, it's okay to say no. It's not for everybody. If you guys want a job like this when you grow up, it's important that you guys stay in school, you study hard, you go on to college and study even harder. This is the kind of job where you're going to get hurt, you're going to get dirty, you're going to get very tired, and you're never going to get rich, but it's a lot of fun. It's the best way to work with both people and animals, and it's awesome. I love snakes, by the way. This is why I'm here, why I'm with this guy. Even though he's dangerous, I do love him. I just respect him as well. So if you guys want a job like this, like I said, stay in school, stay away from drugs. It's very important you guys work very hard because you can do it. You guys have been awesome this morning. Thank you so much for coming out here. But before anybody gets up and moves, I'm going to put him up first. Do not come up here until I get him up first. But I do have some information up here if you guys want more information about programs like this. We do programs like this for schools and for libraries, for church groups. I've got some brochures and business cards. We've got a website. We're also on Facebook as well. And also have some bookmarks for the kids if you guys want to get a bookmark of your favorite animal from today. Thank you guys so much. Let me put them up now. Okay, put our
Can you imagine elephants right in your own backyard? Pretty cool, huh? Well, that depends on whose eyes you're looking through. Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina here at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay, along with our family of Asian elephants. You can see how big elephants are. In fact, they're the largest land animal on Earth. But along with their size comes enormous strength. And that combination doesn't always make them compatible with humans. We'll find out why shortly when we learn more about elephants, their habits, and their environments. We'll meet people who are passionate about elephants, from local villagers to researchers in Africa and the United States. We'll even find out how chili peppers are actually helping to save wild elephants. We know a lot about elephants, yet there's still so much that's unknown. So let's take a look at them from all sides in this episode of Saving a Species, The Elephant Story. Elephants have captured our interest and our hearts since humans first appeared. They've been revered, respected, feared, and even domesticated. Yet their needs and our needs don't always match. Humans have been challenged to find ways to share space with these magnificent animals, especially as the human population expands. Today, elephant populations are declining. Currently, African elephants are listed as threatened on the endangered species list, while Asian elephants are listed as endangered. But why? There are several sides to the elephant story, and we can try to share many of them through the eyes, ears, and voices of humans. But what about the elephant's perspective? Over the years, we've gathered enough information to take an educated guess at what this view might be. Every time I visit Africa, it's a whole new experience. And this recent trip was no exception. Although I never know exactly what I'll come across, one thing's for sure, I will definitely see animals. We've just arrived at Amboseli National Park, and look what we run into, a female with her 2 offspring. Seeing elephants in the wild is incredible to me. And coming from an urban perspective, I wonder how anyone could want to hurt them. So, I'm trying to find out more information.
When it comes to crops, I know we've lost quite a number of elephants because of that. You know, they go crop raid and then the people become, mad with that, and then the KWS has to go maybe shoot an elephant because of something like that.
Soila talked with me about the research program that the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund supported. The study is trying to gain insight on how locals feel about elephants. Now, Soila understands their pain when they lose an entire field of crops to hungry elephants. On a recent trip to Rwanda, Jack Hanna realized there were mixed opinions about elephants within the village itself.
Do you like the elephant?
He said no. He said no.
The elders don't like the elephants because they destroy their village. But the children are more curious, especially about this particular bull. And in Kenya, Friends of Conservation mentors are teaching students the value of nature on all levels and the role it plays in their daily lives.
This is a different area whereby human beings are living, coexisting with wildlife. So there is need for these young men and women to learn how to live with wildlife.
Elephants are what is known as a keystone species. This means that many other animals depend on elephants for their own survival. They're herbivores, and the vegetation they eat and digest helps disperse seeds. During migration, elephants use the same paths, creating trails that other animals and even humans use to travel. Their tusks are used to dig wells, generating multiple water sources throughout the habitat. As elephants move through the environment, their large size helps bring down vegetation within reach of many smaller species. The presence of elephants in an ecosystem is extremely valuable and impacts many other animals and plant life. That's why it's critical that we learn as much as we can to help increase awareness and preserve elephants and their habitats. When they go outside of the parks or when there's a lot of people nearby, oftentimes elephants and humans run into conflict. Fresh elephant dung. I tell you, it might be something you think that we shouldn't be talking about too much, but there's so much information that has to do with elephant dung. I mean, first of all, they go just about every 2 to 3 hours because they're constantly eating throughout the day. When they do defecate throughout the day, they can lose as much as 500 pounds. So they have to keep eating. And one of the other most important aspects about the dung is that it actually contains the seeds of grasses, the seeds of fruits, the seeds of trees, and what they're doing is they're dispersing those all over the savanna. This is the way new plants and new trees grow. Humans and elephants have had to share space since they first encountered one another. But in recent years, conflicts have escalated. And when it comes to what we term human-elephant conflict, it's a complex issue with many sides. But there are solutions.
Most of them are here because the mothers are poached, and others are here because of human-wildlife conflict.
Oftentimes, elephants and humans run into
Wildlife
conflict.
parks where there are also people living, and a great many times there tends to be some conflict between the interests of the
Mostly
people and the interests
when
of
it
the
comes to conflict, you know, like spearing and all that, it is done by the warriors and not the old men and not the women. Attitudes about elephants and how they can live compatibly with humans plays a big role in elephant survival. Currently, most African and Asian elephants are managed in protective parks, but this doesn't mean they don't sometimes roam into areas populated by people. And when that happens, they're not necessarily met with open arms. Like in the US, we've all heard stories of a bear wandering into a campground at Yellowstone, an alligator turning up in a swimming pool in Florida, or deer eating the vegetable garden in Wisconsin. Our attitude toward these situations is kind of similar to African and Asian attitudes towards elephants. But think about this. What if that vegetable garden was our sole source of food for our entire family? From that perspective, it's a lot more serious. Those people are growing crops, they depend on the crops, and then the elephant will go crop raid and all that and finish all the crops, so they're not happy.
Elephants have been killed in retaliation or as a preventive means to protect crops. And as agriculture and development sites expand in Africa, the elephant's territory grows smaller, increasing the chance for human contact and conflict. During my recent visit, I witnessed the results of this complex problem firsthand. We came upon this really incredible event this morning. As we drove up, they had already darted this big bull elephant that probably weighs over 10,000 pounds. but he was speared in the foot by a Maasai. We talked earlier with Soila about human-elephant conflict, and here it is right now. Fortunately, we've got the veterinary service, the elephant researchers, as well as the Kenyan Wildlife Service, and they're all helping this animal right now. This elephant must have ventured too close to the village, and fearing for their crops, livestock, or safety, was speared by the locals. You wouldn't think a little spear wound could do that much harm, but these injuries often get infected. And that's what happened here, putting this bull at risk. African elephants can weigh up to 14,000 pounds, and Asian elephants up to 10,000 pounds, so they're capable of doing a lot of damage. Their trunk is sensitive enough to pluck small fruit and leaves off a bush, but powerful enough to lift more than 500 pounds or push over trees, huts, carts, and anything else that gets in their way. In addition to the spear wound, the team has found another injury, but this animal is estimated to weigh close to 10,000 pounds, making it impossible to get to while he's under sedation. They've given him the antibiotics, and now they're going to give him the drug to go ahead and wake him up, and hopefully he'll heal on his own as far as the other wound is concerned. Sharing limited space with humans isn't the only threat to elephants. Other issues, such as poaching, the illegal hunting and killing of elephants for their tusks, significantly impacted their numbers and still poses a real threat to their survival.
Well, I believe it was a golden age in the 60s for the national parks. They were fairly recently formed, and in that time, the animals had at last realized that there were some places where man was not a predator. And for my first five years, that was how I saw them. Then the price of ivory went up by 10 times, never really came down. People all across Africa started poaching elephants. It was a grim period, and even the great national parks themselves in East Africa were finally invaded by poachers who decimated the elephants. And that really went on until the ivory trade ban.
So that basically did stop a lot of the ivory trade then.
It certainly did. It changed things radically.
After the ivory trade ban went into effect in 1989, there was a tremendous decrease in the hunting of elephants for their tusks. But even today, poaching for meat and ivory occurs all across Africa, and elephants are still at risk. Governments, agencies, organizations, and individuals are all working to help protect elephants. A variety of programs provide safety for injured elephants, care for orphan babies, or collect data to better understand native attitudes and needs, increase awareness, and offer solutions that work for the people and the animals. And on this day, one elephant was helped by an entire team of very caring people. Although crop raiding by elephants is a concern, prevention is a better strategy. And Soila knows of a local woman who has used a very clever and inexpensive technique to steer elephants away.
She was mixing chili pepper and tobacco plus used oil, and then they just put it on a rope, and then they put the rope at the end of every place where people are growing crops. And anytime the elephants go and smell the rope, because it smells tobacco, chili pepper, they just back up and leave.
Simple to make, easy to use. What a great conservation solution from the people that know it best. Villagers, researchers, teachers, veterinary care staff, many people are in the field helping elephants every day. But how about a little closer to home? Right here in zoological parks, people are making a difference daily. We're understanding more and more about elephants, and this translates into better care here and in the wild. variety of reasons throughout history, humans have been training elephants to work for them. After all, they're smart, strong, and extremely able. But today, elephants are trained for very different reasons.
What a good girl.
At zoological parks like Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida, animal experts train and condition elephants as a way to help care for them, learn more about them, and also contribute to elephant conservation, as we'll see in a moment. SeaWorld is world-renowned for its killer whale training program. The park's positive approach to training and conditioning killer whales has significantly benefited animal care and research, while making the guests' experience both fun and educational. But wait, this show's about elephants, right? What's the difference between training a killer whale and an elephant?
Not much.
Not much.
Otto Fad leads the Asian Elephant Program at Busch Gardens, Tampa, and Jeff Andrews heads up the Elephant Program at the San Diego Wild Animal Park. Both have overseen an evolutionary approach in training techniques. And guess where their experience came from? They were both longtime killer whale trainers at SeaWorld.
I started out training killer whales at SeaWorld before having the opportunity to come over to Busch Gardens, Tampa and help build a new elephant team.
Yeah, good shot. Good shot. Okay.
One of the things that we learned early on was that there are a lot of similarities between killer whales and elephants. For example, both live in matriarchal, matrilineal societies in a linear dominance hierarchy. And what that means is that there is a social ladder, and each elephant has to know exactly where they fit. Beyond that, elephants and killer whales both have very few natural predators, so they're naturally very curious and adaptable. That makes it easy and fun to train them.
The programs at both parks set extremely high standards for their elephant care, and training is an important part of their program's success.
What we want to do more than anything else is teach the animals to want to cooperate and participate with us. So through that, if they are just simply here having fun, interacting with us, the rest of it's really quite simple. But we do teach individual behaviors in small steps called approximations. And these small steps are things that the animals can easily understand and find reinforcing, and they build upon one another until we get to a finished behavior.
Elephants are very social animals. So Busch Gardens' 6 Asian elephants can mingle with each other whenever they like. When the elephants need care, we keep them and the people at a safe distance from one another with an elaborate network of high-tech gates, ensuring the safety of our animals and our staff at all times. But this doesn't seem to get in the way of the special relationships that inevitably develop.
Hey, Granny, here we go. Here we go. Okay, here we go, guys. We use a variety of reinforcers, including food, toys, visual stimulation, praise, and lots of rubbing and massaging. And each elephant is very much a unique individual, so we spend a lot of time with them getting to know what they like best. It's upon that foundation that all of our interactions occur.
This trust and positive training allows us to access the animals in order to give them better care, and also to gather valuable research data. For example, the San Diego Wild Animal Park is conducting a study to gain insight into the walking distances and ranging behavior of elephants. They're using an interesting device called an accelerometer.
So to collect data from these elephants on their average daily walking distances, I use this high-tech pedometer called an accelerometer, and it measures not only the frequency of movement, the range of movement, also the intensity of movement. But before I can do anything, I need to program it for today's activity. It's programming as we speak. It'll take just a couple more minutes for it to initialize. It's all charged up, so we should be good. Now that it's programmed, how do I actually get an elephant to wear this in a way that it doesn't find objectionable? Well, for us, we'd wear it probably on our belt loop. But for the animal, what I've done is I've devised this anklet, and I simply attach this into this anklet, and the animal's trained to wear this for long periods of time. It's our hope that ultimately the data that we're collecting here can be used to help minimize some of those conflicts and help preserve and conserve elephants in the wild.
In an attempt to keep the gene pool of a species strong and diverse, zoological parks often work together. Busch Gardens participates in an Asian elephant breeding program as part of a species survival plan. And they're ready to artificially inseminate one of their females in hopes of an eventual pregnancy. Months of training and conditioning has resulted in some amazing preliminary work, all leading up to one particular moment on one recent night.
In preparation for this artificial insemination, we've had to monitor the reproductive cycles of the female elephants to work out when the best time to inseminate will be.
Because of her training, Rosie voluntarily allows the veterinarians and behavioral team to complete each step of the procedure. During the entire process, she's rewarded with a variety of things: verbal encouragement, skin brushing, and veggies for treats. Every step of the procedure is viewed on the monitor as Doctors Roback and O'Brien give Otto direction.
Pull back the tube, Otto. Pull back the tube. Okay. Jenny, hold
The team won't know for several weeks if Rosie's pregnant, so it's a wait-and-see situation. And if she is pregnant, the wait-and-see period is much longer. That's because the gestation period in elephants is almost 24 months. San Diego Wild Animal Park has an African bull living on their habitat, so their approach to breeding is through natural means with their male and females. All of this training, the care, the artificial insemination, the education, in the end, what does it all mean?
Given the endangered status of these animals, it's obvious that their survival as a species rests in human hands. So anything we can do to increase focus and understanding, we got to do it.
At the top of the elephant hierarchy, there is the matriarch. As teacher and protector, she leads the herd. Pachyderm Palace at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay is honored to have, at its helm, Mem. Born in 1942, she's one of the oldest elephants living today, and there's no question she's in charge. We just saw how elephant training is evolving in such positive ways, and how it allows us to better understand their behaviors and their needs. So now that we've got all this great elephant knowledge, how can we use it to help them? All around the world, people are working together to help elephants. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund supports several projects aimed at saving elephants and their habitat. And in the U.S., breeding programs like the ones at Busch Gardens and the San Diego Wild Animal Park help sustain the species. And research programs at zoological parks also directly impact elephants. Minimizing conflict can happen through education. If knowledge equals power, then these students here in Kenya are making sure they're the leading authorities when it comes to their environment.
These are members of Friends of Conservation.
These young people are learning as much as they can about nature in their area, which in turn helps them to understand how to preserve their wildlife and habitats.
Welcome. You'll enjoy your walk.
Imagine finding a plant that cures malaria on a nature walk, watching wildlife cooperate with one another, or seeing the youngest attitudes changing. That is wonderful that you guys are so involved in preserving the habitat. Whether in zoological parks like Busch Gardens and the San Diego Wild Animal Park, or national parks in Africa and India, humans are making significant strides to better understand elephants, with the ultimate goal of keeping them around for a long, long time. But conservation doesn't have to be on a grand scale. You can do your part to support elephants and their habitats by learning as much as you can about them. One major difference you can make is by not buying products made of ivory or that deplete the natural resources where the elephants live, like exotic wood such as teak or mahogany. Go online and buy jewelry and crafts made from African locals to support their economy. Visit zoological parks that are working to save elephants, or go online and support an elephant project of your choice directly.
So life will change, but the community, they have to be aware and they have to benefit from wildlife.
Because when it comes to conservation, there's a lot we can do and learn from each other. You have taught me. When I was in the truck with you guys and went on the nature walk, you taught me a lot of things. And we take that back to our children in America. And so you are actually teaching our children as well. So we thank you, Asante Sana, for helping us.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush. The elephants featured in this program are one of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping animals. We focus on 4 key areas: animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. And we're passionate about every one of them.
Look how smooth they are behind the ears.
These guys are amazing.
By watching programs like Saving a Species, you're helping just by learning more. And we encourage you to share your newfound knowledge with others. No matter where you live, there's more you can do. Visit our website at swbgconservationfund.org to find out how to get involved. This is our world and this is our story. Together, we can make a difference.
Hi, I'm Christy Carlson Romano. You know me as Ren Stevens from Disney Channel's hit TV series, Even Stevens. On this episode of NASA Connect, you'll learn about the concept of scaling and the math principles associated with it. You'll also learn about the transit of Venus, an astronomical event that is way cool. So stay tuned, because Jennifer Pulley, your host, is going to take you on another exciting episode of NASA Connect.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Pulley, and welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA. Today, we are at NASA Kennedy Space Center on the east coast of Florida, and behind me is the Vehicle Assembly Building, or VAB. This is where NASA assembles all the components of the space shuttle system. Kennedy Space Center is also a site where NASA launches satellites that study the Earth and our solar system. In fact, the satellite Voyager 1, which was launched right here back in 1977, is very close to leaving our solar system. It's over 13 billion kilometers, or 8 billion miles from Earth. Can you imagine that? 13 billion kilometers? Whew, it would be hard to count that high. Just look at all the digits that 13 billion represents. I don't know about you, but it's hard for me to imagine just how far away 13 billion kilometers is. I mean, how large is the solar system? It would probably make more sense to us if we could see a scale model of the solar system. This would give a better understanding of how far away Voyager 1 or the other planets in the solar system are from Earth. The focus of today's program is to learn why we use scale models to determine the size and distance of objects in our solar system and beyond. In order to learn how to scale the solar system, we must first understand the concept of scaling. During the course of the program, you will be asked to answer several inquiry-based questions. After the questions appear on the screen, your teacher will pause the program to allow you time to answer and discuss the questions. This is your time to explore and become critical thinkers. Students working in groups take a few minutes to answer the following questions. What does it mean to scale? Why is it sometimes necessary to use scale models or drawings? List some math terms associated with scale models or drawings. It's now time to pause the program and answer the questions. A scale model or drawing is used to represent an object that is too large or too small to be drawn or built at actual size. The scale gives the ratio of the measurements in the model or drawing to the measurements of the actual object. Remember, guys, a ratio is a fraction that is used to compare the size of two numbers to each other. Let's take a look at an example. One of the most common types of scale drawings is a map. Maps are very useful when planning a trip, whether it is across town or across the country. Norbert and Zot are planning to drive from NASA Kennedy Space Center to Washington, D.C. Norbert wants to estimate the distance he and Zot will travel. The scale on Norbert's map reads 1 centimeter equals 100 kilometers. How can he estimate the distance in kilometers from Kennedy Space Center to Washington, D.C. using the given scale? The scale can be written as the fraction 1 centimeter over 100 kilometers. The first number, 1 centimeter, represents the map distance, and the second number, 100 kilometers, represents the actual distance. First, using a metric ruler and the given map, measure the linear distance from Kennedy Space Center to Washington, D.C. On Norbert's map, this distance is approximately 13.5 centimeters. Now we have all the information we need to set up our proportion. Remember, guys, a proportion is a pair of equal ratios. The first ratio is the map scale,
And the second ratio is the distance from Kennedy Space Center to Washington, D.C. Let's set these two ratios equal to each other. N represents the distance that we are trying to calculate. This proportion can be read as 1 centimeter is to 100 kilometers, as 13.5 centimeters is to n kilometers. In a proportion, the cross products of the two ratios are equal. In other words, the product of the top value from the first ratio and the bottom value from the second ratio is equal to the product of the top value of the second ratio and the bottom value from the first ratio. We can write the cross product as 1 centimeter times n kilometers equals 100 kilometers times 13.5 centimeters. Using multiplication, Norbert calculated the actual distance between Kennedy Space Center and Washington, D.C. to be about 1,350 kilometers. Students, here is an important point for you to remember. Proportions often include different units of measurements. Units must be the same across the top and bottom or down the left and right sides. If the units only match diagonally, then the ratios do not form a proportion. So guys, are you still having trouble trying to understand scaling? Okay, well, let's look at another example, this time using a scale model. Right behind me is a replica of the space shuttle. And this right here, this is a scale model of the space shuttle. The actual space shuttle has a length of 37.2 meters, a height of 17.3 meters, and a width or wingspan of 23.8 meters. Now this shuttle model is a 1/100th scale of the actual space shuttle. Now that is 1 meter equals 100 meters. So using that scale, let's set up a proportion to calculate the length of this space shuttle model. The first ratio is the model scale, and the second ratio is the length of the model to the actual shuttle length. N represents the length of the shuttle model. We set these two ratios equal to each other. Now remember, in a proportion, the cross products of the two ratios are equal. We write the cross product as 1 meter times 37.2 meters equals 100 meters times n meters. Dividing 37.2 by 100 gives us the length of the shuttle model, which is 0.372 meters, or approximately 14.5 inches. Well, that wasn't too bad, was it? Do you think you can handle the other two dimensions? So now it's your turn to calculate the height and the width or wingspan of the shuttle model using the given scale. Remember, the height of the actual shuttle is 17.3 meters. The width or wingspan is 23.8 meters. And the scale is 1 meter equals 100 meters. It's now time to pause the program to calculate the height and width of the shuttle model. So guys, how did you do? Let's check your answers with mine. Earlier, we calculated the length of the shuttle model to be 0.372 meters. I calculated the height of the model to be 0.173 meters, or approximately 7 inches, and the width or wingspan to be 0.238 meters, or approximately 9.5 inches. Did you get the same answers? If you did, great job. And if you didn't, don't be discouraged. Just go back and check over your work carefully. Make sure you set up your proportions and multiplied correctly. You know, scientists and engineers learn a great deal from making mistakes. Now that you have a better understanding of scaling, let's turn our attention to the focus of today's program, which is scaling the solar system. Dr. Sten Odenwald, an astronomer and scientist at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, has a scoop.
Thanks, Jennifer. When we talk about the distances between points of interest, we instinctively use units that make sense to us and that are convenient. For example,
what unit of measure would you use to describe the distance from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles, California? Would you use miles, inches, kilometers, or meters? What about your height? Would you measure it in inches or feet? And how about the width of your classroom? Do you use kilometers, meters, or feet? You can choose any unit of measure you wish, as long as it's convenient for everyone to understand.
When describing distances at the scale of the solar system, even units like miles and kilometers lead to numbers that are in the millions or the billions, and that makes it very hard to understand them.
For example, the distance between the Earth and the Sun is about 149 million kilometers. Between the Sun and Pluto, the distance is about 5.9 billion kilometers. But suppose we wanted to compare these two numbers. It's not easy to see that Pluto is about 40 times as far from the Sun as Earth is.
It would make sense to use a smaller scale in order to get a better idea of the distances between the planets. To come up with that scale, we have to define a baseline.
The baseline that astronomers use is the distance between the Earth and the Sun. This distance is known as the astronomical unit. The astronomical unit, or AU, represents the distance between the Earth and the Sun, which is about 93 million miles. The astronomical unit is the baseline that astronomers use to determine the distances to the planets in our solar system and to the stars beyond.
So let's have a look at the scale of the solar system, where 1 astronomical unit equals 93 million miles. Based on the astronomical unit, it's easy to compare the distances between all the other objects in the solar system. The accompanying chart shows the distances to the planets from the Sun in terms of astronomical units.
Let's look at Mars. We can quickly see that Mars is 1.5 times further away from the Sun than Earth is. So how far is Mars from the Sun in miles? Remember the process Jennifer demonstrated earlier in the program to solve problems involving scaling? We can solve the Mars distance problem using a proportion. The first ratio is the scale, and the second ratio is the distance of Mars to the Sun. N miles represents the distance from Mars to the Sun. After setting these ratios equal to each other, let's find the cross products. The equation becomes 1 times n equals 93 million times 1.52. Multiplying, we get the distance from Mars to the Sun to be approximately 141 million miles.
Using the astronomical unit instead of the mile or the kilometer makes it easier to compare the distances between the planets and the Sun. For example, it's easier to remember that Mars is 1.5 times further away from the Sun than the Earth than it is to remember that it's 48 million miles farther away from the Sun than the Earth. If you recall from earlier in the program, the Voyager spacecraft is 8 billion miles or 13 billion kilometers from the Earth.
It's at the far edge of our solar system, ready to head out into interstellar space. Based on what you've learned about scaling and the astronomical unit, can you estimate the distance of Voyager 1 from the Earth in astronomical units?
Working with a partner, take a few minutes and see if you can solve this problem.
Voyager 1 is over 8 billion miles away from Earth. Estimate how far, in astronomical units, Voyager 1 is from the Earth. Remember, the scale is 1 astronomical unit equals 93 million miles. Teachers, you may now pause the program so students can answer the problem.
Okay, so what did you come up with? If you said that Voyager was 86 astronomical units away from the Earth, you're correct. Do you have a sense for how far that is? The planet Pluto is 40 astronomical units away from the Earth. So that means Voyager is twice as far away from the Earth as the planet Pluto.
Suppose that Voyager 1 were stationary and you were able to ride in a car traveling at 55 miles per hour to get to it. The trip would take you over 16,000 years just to reach the satellite. That would be quite a lengthy and expensive vacation.
Jennifer, I think the students are ready for that hands-on activity now. Could you send them back to me when you're finished? I have a real tough question for them to answer.
Thanks, Sten. We'll get back to you a little later in the program. But first, students from Brewster Middle School at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina will preview this program's hands-on activity.
Hi, NASA Connect has asked us to show you this program's hands-on activity.
In this activity, you will use graphing, measurement, and ratios to construct a scaled model of the solar system and relate each planet to the Sun.
And you will explore the scales needed to represent the size of the planets and the distances to the Sun.
You can download a copy of the Educator Guide containing directions and a materials list from the NASA Connect website.
Working in groups, students will complete the activity by using the scale model chart and the planet templates. Each group will be assigned a planet. Cut out your assigned planet using the planet template. The scale for this activity is 1 toilet paper sheet equals 30,102,900 kilometers. Using the scale, students complete column 4 on the scale model chart. Remember the math concepts you learned earlier in the program? This is your chance to put your math skills to the test. Next, you will complete column 5 on the scale model chart. The scale needed to complete this column is 1 AU, or astronomical unit, equals 5 toilet paper sheets. Groups should check each other's work to make sure all values are correct. After completing the scale model chart, each group should roll out the number of toilet paper sheets needed for its assigned planet. Now it's time to head to the staging area. This could be in a gym, hallway, or even outside. Place the sun in a central position. Students, attach your pre-measured toilet paper strip to the sun and let it extend outward in various directions. Don't forget to tape your assigned planet on the end of the strip. You will need about 23 meters or 75 feet in one direction. Based on your solar system model, you will be asked to answer several critical thinking questions. Graphing is a great way to visually represent data. Each group will construct and analyze 2 graphs using an appropriate type of graph and scale of your choice. Be careful with the type of graph you choose.
And don't forget to check out the web activity for this program. You can download it from the NASA Connect website.
Great job, Brewster Middle School. Okay, now that you guys have a preview of this program's hands-on activity, now it's time to pause the program and see if you can construct a scale model of the solar system. So, how was the activity? Hopefully, it helped reinforce the math concepts you learned earlier in today's program. Now, let's review. In the beginning of the program, we talked about the importance of scaling, especially when it comes to maps and models. You learned that fractions, decimals, ratios, and proportions are all important math concepts when dealing with scales. Sten introduced you to the astronomical unit, the unit used to scale the solar system. Later in the program, I have an interesting challenge for you. But before we get to that, Sten has a few more questions for you. Let's head back to Sten now and learn more about scaling the solar system.
Hey, it's great to have you back. In the last segment, we introduced the scale of the solar system and the astronomical unit. Believe it or not, astronomers once knew only what the distances were in astronomical units, not in actual miles. Recall the following chart that shows the distances of the planets to the Sun. Between 1609 and 1619, the astronomer Johannes Kepler used precise measurements of the planets in the sky to determine their orbits. But his geometric model was based on the scale of the Earth's orbit, not on its actual diameter in kilometers or miles. He determined the ratio of the distance of each planet to the Sun relative to Earth's distance to the Sun. His baseline unit, the distance from Earth to the Sun, was designated as exactly 1 AU, or 1 astronomical unit. The problem is that Kepler could not accurately determine the distance between the Earth and the Sun. The best estimates at that time ranged from 50 million miles to over 200 million miles. But by the 1890s, astronomers began to know that number very precisely. How did scientists without modern space technology and rockets do this? You can't just send a spacecraft to the Sun and back to determine the distance. Human life, including Norbert and Zot, couldn't survive the intense heat produced by the Sun. So the question for this segment of the program is, how do we determine that the Earth is 93 million miles or 149 million kilometers from the Sun? This would be a good time to pause the program and discuss the question with your teacher and your peers. So, did you come up with any good ideas? If you didn't, don't worry about it. After all, it took astronomers about 2,000 years to figure out how to do it. The answer is that astronomers used a geometric technique called parallax to determine the distance between the Earth and the Sun. Parallax is the apparent change in position of an object when you look at it from 2 different stations or points of view. It sounds mysterious, but you use this technique all the time. For example, let me show you how parallax works by using my thumb and that rocket in the background. First, hold your thumb out at arm's length. Now look at your thumb with your left eye open and your right eye closed. What do you notice about the position of your thumb? There seems to be an apparent change in position of your thumb from 2 points of view, your left eye and your right eye.
Your brain uses this information to figure out how far away things are from you.
Actual parallax calculations can be quite complicated, but here's an example of how we can determine the distance to that rocket using many of the same geometric principles. Suppose we wanted to approximate the distance between where I'm standing right here and that rocket over there. And suppose also that there was a body of water in between that we couldn't get across. Would you believe that we could do that by just using a pencil, a piece of paper, a ruler, a piece of rope, and a protractor? The first thing we do is to lay our rope in a straight line. The rope will serve as our baseline and is 10 meters in length. Standing on the left end of the rope, which we will call position A, hold the protractor so that it is parallel to the baseline. Place the pencil on the inside of the protractor and move it along the curve until it lines up with the object. Being careful not to move your pencil, have a partner read and record the angle measurement. We then need to repeat the same procedure on the other side of the rope. We will call this position B. We now have two angle measurements and our baseline measurement, which is 10 meters, the length of our rope. On a sheet of paper along the bottom, we draw a line 10 centimeters long to represent our baseline. For this exercise, let the scale be 1 meter equals 1 centimeter. Mark one end of the drawn line as point A and the other end as point B. Using our protractor at point A, we measure an angle that is the same number of degrees as the angle we measured outside for point A. Let's mark and draw the angle. At point B, we do the same thing. Now measure an angle that is the same number of degrees as the angle we measured outside for point B. As you can see, the two lines intersect. We mark the point of intersection as point C. Now we draw a line perpendicular from point C to the baseline. Using our metric ruler, we can measure the distance of this perpendicular line. Finally, using the scale 1 meter equals 1 centimeter, we can approximate the distance the actual object was from the baseline. For our case, the object is approximately 20 meters away. In this example, we used a geometric technique called triangulation, which assumes that we know the baseline length and the two base angles. When astronomers use parallax, they measure the baseline length and the vertex angle. It is hard to use the parallax method in the classroom because you can't measure the vertex angle exactly. With proper measuring technology, this is not a problem for astronomers. To refine the actual Sun-Earth distance, parallax observations of the transit of Venus were made between 1761 and 1882. The transit of Venus occurs whenever the planet Venus passes in front of the Sun as viewed from the Earth. By observing the apparent shift in position of Venus against the background of the solar disk as seen from two different places on Earth, astronomers were able to use this parallax shift to determine the distance from the Earth to the Sun. The last Venus transit occurred in 1882, and we are fortunate to have another transit of Venus happening on Tuesday, June 8th, 2004. This is an historic event because no one alive today was around when the last one occurred. To learn more about the transit of Venus, let's visit Dr. Janet Luhman at the University of California's Space Science Lab in Berkeley, California.
Kingston. A Venus transit occurs when Venus crosses the disk of the Sun as seen by an observer. It's like a solar eclipse in that Venus is located on the line between the Sun and the Earth, and therefore blocks some of the Sun's light. However, in a Venus transit, the amount of sunlight blocked is very small compared to a solar eclipse, and so the observer who is unaware will never notice it. Venus's circular shadow is much, much smaller than our moon's shadow. Even though Venus is nearly the size of the Earth, it is much farther away than the moon. In clear weather, Venus transits are visible with the naked eye or with a small telescope, which is why they became popular in the 1600s. Before the advent of radar, Venus transits were used mainly for the measurement of the astronomical unit, or the Sun-Earth distance, as you've heard earlier. The biggest activity surrounding the June 2004 Venus transit will be the International Network of Amateur Astronomers. These astronomers will measure the astronomical unit with the Venus transit using the same techniques as used by the early observers. An innovative aspect this time, however not available in 1882, is the widespread use of the Internet to organize international participation and the ease of access to the tools needed to make the parallax calculations. There also will be a few astronomical researchers who will try to exploit state-of-the-art observing tools to see what can be learned about the use of transits to investigate planets around other stars. Transits are currently being used to search for such planets. Perhaps this Venus transit will lead to some new technique or measurement that will allow future researchers to further study the terrestrial planets during long-range planet-finding missions. The Venus transit will also serve to remind us of Earth's place in the cosmos. The tiny dot crossing the solar disk is a terrestrial planet with an atmosphere, and yet it is far from an Earth. Venus was once called a twin Earth, in part because of its similar size and distance from the Sun. It is now known to be a place that is extremely hostile to life for reasons that are still under study. One can speculate how our own pale blue dot would look to some distant alien astronomer as it passed across the Sun in transit, and whether it has ever been so observed. Maybe one day humans will be able to observe the Earth transit. To learn more about the planet Venus and the Venus transit, check out the Sun-Earth Connection Education Forum website. Take it away, Jennifer.
They say you learn something new every day, and I sure did. I'd never heard of transits before, and how astronomers and scientists use them to determine the astronomical unit. Thanks, Janet. Okay, guys, remember earlier in the program when I said I had an interesting challenge for you? Well, it's now time for scaling the solar system. Now, the astronomical unit, or AU, currently in use, is derived from the average mean distance between the Earth and the Sun, which is approximately 93 million miles. Working in groups, your task is to make a proposal that uses the average mean distance between the Sun and another planet in our solar system as the basis for determining the astronomical unit. In other words, is there a better baseline distance to use rather than the Sun-Earth baseline? What about using a Sun-Jupiter baseline or a Sun-Pluto baseline? Once you choose another planet, you will have to recalculate the scale of the solar system using your new chosen baseline, and then explain why your new baseline is a better choice than the Sun-Earth baseline. What are the advantages and disadvantages to your new scale? Detailed instructions and tips on how to make your proposal can be located at the NASA Connect website. From the website, we encourage you to submit your proposal. Your proposal will be seen by millions of students across the country. We look forward to your submittals. Well, guys, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. I hope you have a better understanding of how and why astronomers and scientists use scale models of the solar system. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this program possible. So until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and NASA. Bye from sunny Florida.
Captioning funded by the NAC Foundation of America.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University. Looking for a scholarship? Apply to MTSU by December 1st, and if you meet the criteria, you could qualify for a guaranteed academic scholarship. Tony Strode from our undergraduate recruiting office gives us all the details. Dr. Sam Zaza of the Jones College of Business is a leader, not only in information technology, but the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in helping Nashville fill its tech jobs. She shares her insights and ideas. And remember this major at MTSU, Child Development and Family Studies. Dr. Rebecca Oldham talks to us about how it's a great fit for students interested in what individuals and families need to find for wellness across the life space. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Looking for a scholarship? Well, you need to apply to MTSU by December 1st. If you're an incoming freshman and you meet our criteria, you may qualify for a guaranteed academic scholarship. Tony Strode from our undergraduate recruiting office gives us all the details. Tony, welcome back to the show.
Hey, thank you for having me, Andrew.
You know, when it gets this time of year, all we say is December 1 deadline, December 1 deadline. It's on billboards, it's on our website, December 1 deadline. So why is December 1 so important to an incoming freshman at MTSU?
Yeah. So that date's very important if you want a guaranteed scholarship. And we all know that we have so many great qualified students who are applying to MTSU. So we want to make sure that they apply by December 1st so we can get their application processed, get them admitted, and then we can award them a scholarship. Our scholarship deadline's December 1st. We have so many awesome scholarships for students. All they have to do is apply, send in their transcript, their ACT scores, and once we get that and we can admit them and evaluate, make sure they meet the scholarship requirements, then they will be guaranteed and awarded a scholarship.
Now, you can apply to MTSU and be admitted beyond December 1st.
Absolutely.
And when we talk about a guaranteed academic scholarship, that's different than me just applying for a scholarship and I write an essay and all these things. It's a whole different kind of critter. What does a guarantee mean?
Yeah, so if you meet any one of those scholarship thresholds with the ACT and the GPA, you're going to get that scholarship.
Period. Automatic.
There's no extra application, there's no scholarship essay, anything like that. You just have to apply, send in your transcript, your ACT scores. Once we get that and we evaluate it and see that you meet the requirements, you'll be awarded that scholarship.
There's a whole range of these scholarships, and I want to talk them through a little bit, but we're really excited about the new enhancement of the True Blue Scholarship.
Yes.
And it's because it begins at an ACT score of 22.
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, it's the most money awarded to a student with the 22 to a 24 on the ACT, combined with that 3.5 GPA, gets them $3,500 a year.
That's $14,000.
That's $14,000 for 4 years, which is awesome. I mean, that's pretty much taking care of, you know, maybe most of your tuition, depending on how many classes you're taking and things like that. And the great thing about that is that it's stackable too. So if you qualify for the Hope Scholarship, which if you're a Tennessee resident and you have that 22 or higher, you're going to get that
You've
Hope
got it,
Scholarship.
right.
Absolutely. So you're stacking that on top of any federal money that you're getting, any outside scholarships that you may receive as well. You can stack that True Blue Scholarship on top of that too. You may even get some money back at the end of the year.
It really is amazing, and it's the largest of its kind in the state. We're really proud of that. I love the fact that we're making these scholarships accessible to these great students in the 22 to 24 band. I also love the fact, like you mentioned, the Hope, the state recently expanded the benefit on the Hope. So combined with that, you talked about that plus the Hope. Yeah. It is almost tuition free. It's very, very close to it,
very close,
right?
very close. And you know, every student is different depending on how much money you're receiving in scholarship. And that's just, you know, the starting band. So if you get higher on the ACT and still that 3.5 GPA, you'll get more money in a guaranteed scholarship.
You are all about segues. That's good. So okay, the presidential scholarship, what is that?
So that one is $4,500, and that same as the previously True Blue, you'll get that over all 4 years. And once again, stack it with the Hope Scholarship, with any Pell Grant, with any outside scholarships as well. All that combined together. And that one is an ACT band of a 25 to a 29.
And for sure, that benefit plus the Hope really does cover your tuition costs.
Absolutely, that
and
will
that's
cover your tuition.
just a fantastic thing. Then 30 and up, we've got the trustee scholarship.
Yes, sir. And that one is $5,000 a year.
And for those students in the trustee scholarship band that are at the very high end of the ACT, we've got another bonus for them.
Absolutely. We're really excited about this one too. This is our new Centennial Scholarship. So from a 34 to a 36 on the ACT, that's giving you a total of $8,000 per year. So that definitely is taking care of your tuition.
It really is. It really is.
Just with that scholarship. And as we said, with the Hope Scholarship, anything else that you get, I mean, you're off to the races with that amount of money that you're getting.
So many people don't do the math on this because you're right, because they're stackable. There's also other scholarships you can get from private sources, foundations, and things like that. But stacking on top of all that, suddenly you've got enough that covers your tuition. Then you can start chipping into like room and board.
Yeah.
And then you start chipping into money in your pocket after the semester is over.
Absolutely.
I know several great students who have managed their scholarship budgets such that when they leave with money in their pocket to go into the real world.
Absolutely.
And I don't think enough people talk about that.
No, I mean, I don't think they do either. And then just being able to graduate debt-free.
Right.
I know here at MTSU, we already have students graduating with very low debt, but even just getting out of, your bachelor's degree with no debt and actually making money, being paid to go to college, I mean, you can't get any better than that here.
Tony, there's so many scenarios where you can go to MTSU for tuition free. Where can I find out about this?
Yeah, so if you just go to our website, mtsu.edu/mtfree, it will take you to that webpage, and you'll see so many different, like you said, scenarios where students can qualify to be tuition free. And then you'll see how you can actually get money back.
Well, Tony, you and your team do a fantastic job of welcoming these students to campus, the outreach throughout the state of Tennessee, and plus Alabama, Kentucky, Georgia. I mean, we are just all over.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's just a few. We're national. We get applications from all over the country and international too. So we're excited about it.
Tony, thanks for all you do.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Dr. Sam Zaza of the Jones College of Business is a leader, not only in information technology, but also the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in helping Nashville fill its tech jobs. She joins us to share her ideas and insights. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it.
You know, we bump into each other, it seems like all the time on campus.
We do.
I mean, there you are, here you are, and it's great to have you come to the studio because I really wanted to talk to you about your work in IT, how you're really trying to expand the pool of qualified candidates in IT, recognizing the great opportunities in the Nashville area, but you've also got some great stories about your journey here, so let's get started. So let's talk about first, you know, Nashville is a tech center and the opportunities and challenges that they face as a result of that and how your expertise is helping guide some of those conversations.
Of course. So Nashville is booming. Everybody want to come to Nashville. But there is one issue that you hear a lot from organizations and companies, that they're not able to find IT talent. Mm-hmm. So to counter that, I feel we need to prepare the workforce early on, starting from our students. One part of that is to provide study abroad programs for them, to expose them to that international aspect, to see other perspective, other subjects, other point of view. And actually, we did one of that. We internationalized a course where we did a joint course with a university in Brazil, and then we did a joint project, me and my colleague. Actually, it was his course. So we did a joint project with them where our students will do the same project with Brazilian students. And then at the end of that course, we elected 4 students to go actually to Brazil to meet their counterparts. And then we did a paper about what we did, that internationalization, and we presented at a conference.
Such a great priority at our university about study abroad and international opportunities. Dr. Robert Summers, who I know is one of your colleagues, our Vice Provost for International Affairs, such an advocate for those things. Why is it important, in your perspective, from the IT perspective, for internationalization? How does that help prepare a better prepared candidate?
I think it is important because for over the last 40 years or 45 years, all the research indicated that there is an IT shortage. Mm-hmm. So for 40 years till now, we were not able to solve this. Mm-hmm. A ton of research has been done. But nowadays, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is a big thing for employees, specifically for IT professionals. They want to be hired, yes, but also they want to be included in the culture of the organization. Right. So one thing that I advise organizations and companies is to have their environment as inclusive as possible. There are a lot of remedies to create such environment, but this is one way of really attracting IT talent. Mm-hmm. We as higher education institutions, we are doing our part of trying to internationalize our courses, to expose our students to that aspect, to tell them that, hey, listen, there are other people who are also in the same domain. So having that exposure to other people will help them build that skill to really be cognizant of other people, other culture, other beliefs, and all of that. So this is key, actually, because if you look now, employees before COVID are different than the people after COVID. COVID changed people. Employees and IT professionals are thinking about their priorities. Yes, they want a good pay, they want a job, but they want quality of life too. Mm-hmm. And inclusion and diversity and equity actually help. While diversity is something that you can see and you can easily report it, inclusion is invisible. Mm. So unless you make dedicated practices and policies and intentional practices to make the perception of inclusion at your company visible and understood and well communicated among employees, it's going to be hard for organizations to really retain, not just hire, to retain the IT talent that they have.
We talked off camera briefly, and you talked about, yes, there's a lot of IT vacancies in the Nashville market. And it's easy to think, well, gosh, that means folks are just going to rush to fill those jobs. But there's such a competition for that talent, that experience. And one of the points you made to me about the international studies is that that helps give some of our students that might be just entering into that job market at least a little bit of a boost up from a resume standpoint and a perspective standpoint that might allow them to compete against someone that maybe had a little bit more time and grade and job.
Correct. So one thing is that I do believe that I encourage every student to take study abroad. Mm-hmm. Because if I'm an employer and I have the same CV, but I see somebody who really took a step outside the US mm-hmm. to meet other people and spend some time in an educational setting as an employer, I'll choose that person because I know that person dealt with uncharted water for that person and he was able to gain something. That is something very essential in today's industry, today's market, that students need to have, and also fresh graduates need to have that international aspect and experience. Now, while organizations are really looking for IT talent, they always ask for at least like 3 years of experience. I encourage students to do the internship, but also to add that international aspect to their resume. It really helps.
Mm-hmm. Professor, thank you for coming on the show, and thank you and congratulations for all you're doing for our students in our university.
Thank you, it's a pleasure, thank you.
And we'll be right back.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Remember this major at MTSU, Child Development and Family Studies. Dr. Rebecca Oldham joins us to talk about how this is a great fit for students interested in what individuals and families need to do to find wellness across the life space. Rebecca, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here.
It's an honor to have you here. We talked a little bit before you came on air. We talked about how your program is based in the Ellington Human Sciences Building. What's the major? Tell me in a nutshell your elevator speech for your programs.
Sure. So Child Development and Family Studies, more broadly across the country, is known as Human Development and Family Science. And you can hear in the name that there are really two major branches. People who are studying human development from prenatal all the way till death. And it's really focused on individual development. But of course, individuals are not islands unto themselves. We all develop inside relational contexts, and that's where family studies come in. And so our students come into the major and they could have varying interests related to anything related to prenatal development, child development, emerging adulthood, middle adulthood, older adulthood, death and dying, or they may be interested in things like romantic relationships, friendships, siblings, sexuality, contemporary families, society at large in the context that families develop in. So it's a really interdisciplinary field. We draw from sociology, we draw from psychology, neuroscience, a lot of different theories and methodologies to do the kind of research we do in this field.
So when folks learn about this, I guess one of the reasons you call it a discovery is that not a lot of people know. They may be interested in this, but they may not just be aware that there's a program that can get to this. And that must be a fun kind of discovery conversation with them as well.
Right. So we normally engage with the STAR program where they bring students to campus, usually first-year students to campus early, and they have a panel of different majors on campus that students may not know about coming into college. They know about psychology, they may know about sociology, and they say, I want to be a counselor, so I'm going to do psychology. They may say, I want to work with kids, so I guess I'll do early childhood education. But a lot of our students, when they come to us, they say, you know, I started in psychology and the classes, I just noticed I really gravitated toward classes about communication or about child development. Or maybe I was an early education major and I realized I didn't want to be a teacher, but I do want to work with kids. And so in that process and talking with their advisors, they usually find us toward the end of their sophomore year, the beginning of their junior year, and we're trying to work their classes in. So what we'd really like is to increase our presence on campus so that students find us earlier in the process, because when they do come to us, they love it there.
Right.
They feel a sense of belonging. They feel like this is where I should have been all along. Our classes are super interesting, and it's about things that are relevant to really all of our lives.
When we chatted a little bit, we talked about some aspects of your program that you're very proud of, and one of which was support and belonging. Can you give me that kind of nutshell of that?
Yes. So I like to say that we have some of the best students on campus because our students care so much about people, and a major value and ethic that we have in our discipline is just that people matter. People matter a lot. So we have students who care about people, and we have faculty who care about students. And so we practice that ethic in our classroom. We know all of our students by name. We're following what they're doing. We're checking in on their well-being and saying like, hey, I noticed that you seem to be struggling. Is anything going on? Do you need more support? Do you need more resources? And we also create classroom environments where students get to interact with one another a lot. And so they create social networks in the program that help them feel like they belong and feel like they find a home in our program that goes beyond just being a student in a classroom, but being seen as a whole person. And that's something that we're really proud of in our program, and something that our students comment on a lot when they come become CDFS majors after a few years.
It seems like there are a lot of opportunities in the job market for the skills that you teach, but what are some of the jobs that you're familiar that your graduates have gone on to?
Right, so I think first I want to say that there's a very common misconception. I think because right now the name of our particular program is Child Development and Family Studies, like people kind of forget the family studies and they say, oh, these people just must want to work in daycares. And certainly some of them do, but one of the challenges that our majors face is realizing when they get into our program is the absolute wide range of diverse work environments and types of jobs they can have after just a BS in this degree. So, like I said, they may work with children, but they can also work in any kind of environment, profit or nonprofit, government agencies, private companies, where they are serving families or individuals in terms of their wellness in some way. So we see people go on to work in assisted living facilities. We see people do community education in nonprofits. They may work in child and foster care systems. They may work with people who experience trauma and abuse. A lot of our students are really interested in helping specific populations. So people who have disabilities is another really popular group that our students enjoy working with. They may even work in the medical system, like hospital systems. A child life specialist is someone who works with children who have chronic illness just to improve their quality of life in the hospital and to work with their families. So that's a good application of this major. So the types of spaces they can work in is very, very diverse. And there are also lots of different graduate school options afterward, but you don't even need to go to graduate school to be able to find gainful employment in this field.
All right, we want everybody to remember Child Development and Family Studies.
That's right.
Look going into the university.
That's right.
Don't discover us after you've been here. Find it going in. Find it going in. Professor, thanks for sharing all this with us.
Thank you. I've
Really
been so
appreciate
happy
it.
to talk about our program. We really love what we do, and we really love our students, and we just want more people to find the joy of being a CDFSA major sooner.
And it shows. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Good evening, and we're going to begin with the Citizens Forum tonight. It's October 27th, 2022. We do have one person signed up to speak. Whenever you approach the podium, please state your name and address. First, we have Carol V. Haas.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I'm Carol Haas, 455 Cedar Park Circle, LaVergne, Tennessee. And I would just like to remind the citizens of LaVergne to come out to early voting. Tomorrow is 10 to 6. Saturday is 8 to noon. And then next week, Monday through Thursday, will be 10 to 6. All early voting is at the multipurpose building behind City Hall on Murfreesboro Road. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close out the Citizens Forum and go straight into our workshop. The prayer will be on Tuesday evening, will be with Alderman Waldron. Pledge of Allegiance will be with Vice Mayor No. Should all have a copy of the minutes from the October 6th, 2022 regular meeting. Moving on to presentations. First, we're going to have Springs and Power Academy. Jared McLeod, sir, if you'd like to come up to the podium, the floor will be yours.
Thank you very much. If I may present?
Eubanks, if you could. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you. And thank you very much, Mayor Cole, for having me this evening. Ms. Williams, thank you so much for helping me organize all this. And just, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm going to tell you just a brief presentation about our school and what we've been working on here in Rutherford County for the past year. Seeing if this clicker will work, and if not, it's all right. Work together on this one. Maybe not. Maybe that's it. So just real quickly, Springs is a charter school, and so for those of us that we haven't had a lot of charter schools here in Rutherford County. There's actually only 2 schools that are currently approved to be a charter school here in Rutherford. A charter school is an independently functioning school, but it's a public school. So parents don't pay to send their children to school. It's not a private school, so it's open to all children, all abilities, disabilities, any type of student can apply to come to our school and any charter school. A little bit about charter schools is that there's 44 states in the United States that do offer some sort of charter school opportunity for their families. And currently 7.2% of all students in the country attend a charter school. In Rutherford County, with no operating charter schools, we don't have any right now. And so what we're hoping to offer is just a choice for families to make of their own choosing of whether this is a choice for their family. And so for us, what we're hoping to bring is just school and parent choice to the community. What we will be offering, I'm going to get to that in just one second, is a special type of school. And it's going to be for kindergarten through 8th grade students. And we've been operating charter schools for the past 23 years, and we serve about 11,000 students right now in California. And so my background is a principal, I'm a teacher, that's who I am. And so for me, I'm just very passionate about providing parents in our community an opportunity to make a choice for their children. And so for right now, what we'll be offering is, try to get the clicker to work, a personalized learning school. And so for personalized learning, what we do is we walk the walk of saying that every child is different and unique. And I think as parents, we all know that about our kids. And I've got 2 very different boys that are very close in age, but they're very different. And their needs are different, and the way they learn is different, and the way that they see the world is vastly different. One of my children requires special needs, and the other one is very gifted and is accelerating. So the way that I support him, both my children, is very different. And so for our school, what we do is we evaluate children on a child-by-child basis. If they're at the 3rd grade by birth date, but they're reading at a kindergarten or 1st grade level, we really want to celebrate that child's success as moving up maybe from kindergarten level to 2nd grade level. They might not be with their peers that 1st year, but we're going to make individual gains and celebrate the child as an individual. And that's what we're really hoping to offer to the children here in Rutherford County. Thank you very much. We'll teamwork this. So we really want to get to know our children. We really want to make sure assignments are allowed to be chosen for their own likingness. So if they're doing a history project, we want them to interpret that project and show us as staff and as teachers how they learn best. And so that's going to look different for all 20-some kids in the classroom. We're really going to make sure our students' voice is heard. When we have parent conferences, we really involve the students. So it's a student-led conference where students are advocating. They're speaking for themselves, and we're helping to set goals for the child as an individual. So what we're really trying to do is prepare them for real life. We're preparing them to speak for themselves and advocate for what they need or what they want. And so for us, we're really excited to be offering this to the kids. And so right now, we've been approved by the Rutherford County Board of Education. We are the only locally approved charter school in Rutherford County to date. There is another one that has been approved by the State Commission, but we're the only one here locally approved. What we're doing right now is we're trying to find a school facility to open up next August. And talking to Mayor Cole, we've committed to the northwest region of Rutherford County, and this city is just perfect for that opportunity for us to really set ourselves for 10 years. It's a 10-year charter school. So what we're looking to is just kind of make ourselves be present and being a part of the community and just presenting ourselves that we're looking for commercial space, we're looking for land, we're looking for anything we can to really create a home here and provide that school environment for the children here in LaVergne. We've sat through school board meetings time after time again, and the district is having a hard time building as faster than the areas are growing. And so for charter schools like ourselves, we don't have to have a full school on 20 acres. We can create a classroom in a strip mall. We can create a classroom in a church's backyard. We can do a lot of creative things as a charter school, and just finding a comfortable home that's great for children is what I hope we're all looking for. So that really concludes my presentation here tonight. Again, I just didn't want to take up a lot of your time, but I wanted to make sure that I was here and can answer any questions you might have. And again, Mayor Cole, thank you so much for this opportunity. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sure, go ahead.
Excuse me. Yes, sir. I've read about this and seen some of the, or heard some of the pros and cons about charter schools. And of course, I don't have small children, but I'm curious, where do you get your teachers from?
So our teachers are regularly public school employees that we'll be hiring ourselves. They'll work for us instead of working for the school district. We are bringing, this is another change. We are bringing a different salary schedule. We're going to start our teachers around $50,000 a year, which is quite significant as compared to other school districts around. So what we're talking about is really helping drive commerce and employment opportunities here too by having a higher salary schedule for our teachers. So they are credentialed, just like teachers are credentialed in the county. We'll be looking to hire credentialed teachers.
And how do you choose which children go to your school?
It's an open enrollment. So whoever signs up, as long as there's space, they're entitled to go to that school. We don't look at past history. We don't look at their grades. We don't look at their, if they have an IEP for a disability, we don't look at it. It's a blind enrollment opportunity. Once a classroom fills up though, we do have things called lotteries where we have to just pull names out of a drum and whoever is lucky enough to get chosen gets chosen. We're hoping that's not the case. We are approved to have over 800 students, excuse me, at full capacity for kindergarten through 8th grade.
So it's basically first come, first served.
Yes, open enrollment for Rutherford County starts around December 15th. We're hoping to be in alignment with that and start our open enrollment at the same time. If we do exceed the amount of students enrolled, then we'll do a lottery at that time.
And all the kids, I'm assuming, have to furnish their own transportation?
At this time, yes. We are looking though, if it's a desire of the community to have busing, we will look at that in our budget and try to make that work as well. We're really community-based. We really have to listen to what our constituents or our families do want. We are a school of choice. If we're not doing what's best for the kids, then the parents don't send their kids to us and then we don't operate. It's like a great business model. We really want to make sure we're doing what's best for the kids so that we have the problem of having too many kids. Right now, we're just getting started though.
The reason I wanted to ask is because I've read some of that stuff on the school board meetings and personal stuff on social media, and it seems like there's some thoughts as far as pros and cons about charter schools and stuff, and at least now I can have a little bit of a conversation with somebody in case something's asked. So
yeah, it's a new topic.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for the questions.
So the question, you're looking to lease or you're also looking to build? And if you are, for the 150 students, how many square feet building are you looking at?
Sure. So with the funding that we've secured, we're looking to purchase. We might have to do something for an interim 1-year plan of a small lease because if to build, it might take more than getting ready for August as school starts. So we might have 2 things in the works right now. When we do purchase, either we're purchasing land or we're purchasing commercial, it'll be about 50 to 80,000 square feet is what we're looking for to hold 800 students. Just to get started, we could take something around 10,000.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Moving on, we'll have departmental reports, and then old business will be second reading ordinance 2022-23, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. This is second reading. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to go over to our consent agenda. We have approve or reject city bids and purchases. Number 1 is a GSA contract purchase, emergency equipment for 4 undercover vehicles. And this is just like it sounds. The cost of the equipment is $10,239.50. Is there any questions? This is emergency equipment for 4 undercover vehicles. And then moving on to number 2, sole source purchase. This is personal protective equipment for the fire department. Again, this is clothing, including coats, pants, boots, fire hoods, helmets. Does anyone have any questions? Number 3, Sourcewell contract purchase forklift for Public Works. This is a forklift, just like it says, for the Water and Sewer Department. Cost is $45,690.99. This is a budget item, and will be paid for out of the Water and Sewer Department budget. Does anyone have any questions? Next item, we've got approve quote and statement of work for Motorola GIS Managed Service Plus System. This will approve the purchase of GIS services from Motorola to help keep the data up to date in the police on the police CAD system. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have approve league facility use agreement with Universal Sports League / LaVergne Baseball Softball Association. This is an annual contract with Universal Sports League to operate the youth baseball and softball leagues. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have ratify the approval of change order number 1 for Industrial Boulevard Sewer Expansion Project. This is just as it sounds, to ratify change order number 1. It'll increase the amount of the project to $16,000 or by $16,233. Does anyone have any questions? Next, E, ratify the approval of the First Amendment and Second Amendment to the purchase and sale agreement with Trinidad Benham Corporation for the purchase of Public Works facility located at 148 International Boulevard. And this will ratify the 2 amendments to the purchase and sale agreement that was approved by the board in September. And you can see this. It's just basically the buyer has been working towards closing of the property. They're doing their due diligence, but they've had some items that took a little bit longer to get completed. So the due diligence period was supposed to end at the end of September. They requested the First Amendment to extend that to October 14th. Due to the timing request, of course, that First Amendment did not work with the Board of Mayor and Alderman agenda. So I went ahead and approved that, and pending this ratification. The expiration, though, was not long enough, so the second amendment extends that due diligence through January 13th. Does anyone have any questions? Next up, approved letter of intent from PG Stones River Partners for the purchase of 169 Stones River Road. This is an item to approve an LOI from PG Stones River Partners to purchase Fire Station 41 that's located at 169 Stones River Road. In April, the board approved a resolution which allowed me to enter into a contract for sale and lease of the fire station property, and the valuation for the appraisal came back at $300,000. The a formal letter of intent was submitted by the group. It was reviewed by the city attorney, who made some suggested changes to the to this LOI, and it was submitted after changes were made. But the purchase price is $300,000, which matches the appraisal. There's a leaseback provision after 1 year that in case we've not moved off that property into the new fire station. So hopefully that will not be the case. Right, Chief Beasley? It's gonna be out there laying bricks later. The lease agreement will be drawn up and approved as part of the final sale and closing. If approved, the next step for this would be a sales contract to be written and agreed upon by both parties. The sales agreement would come back for future approval, but overall the offer is $300,000, which the city can use towards Fire Station 41 or any other projects. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I'd like number F to be pulled off a standard agenda and put on a one-item deal.
That's fine. We can move that into new business. Any discussion about it?
Yes, just a quick question. So realistically, with the new fire station, what is their timeline for completion?
The last conversation we had was 14 to 16 months. The last conversation we had was 14 to 16 months once the letter to proceed.
So my question to the board is, what happens if something happens during the construction that something happens or we don't get it finished in time for the sale of this and our lease, 1 year lease expires? What happens then?
Mayor, if I may, the leaseback provisions don't start until after the 1 year. So we have 1 year automatically, and then the lease provisions would kick in where we would pay them a certain amount per month for a lease. So that time frame has not been determined at this time. So we would have more than, 14 to 16 months, whatever that time frame may be. We just don't know right now what that dollar amount would be to lease it back.
Okay, so basically 24 months is really what we're looking at.
It could be, it just depends. It'll probably be a month to month after the initial year, would be my guess.
Get moving that fire station.
I'll be out there doing construction myself.
Of course,
Whatever it takes.
the 1 year won't start until closing.
Sure,
So,
sure.
it's gonna be probably another couple of months before that even starts.
Understand. Thank you.
Does anyone have any other questions or comments? Seeing none, moving on to G. Approve the renewal of the employee benefits package for 2023. This is to renew the employee benefits package. So this is medical, dental, vision, disability, flexible spending, COBRA, all of the normal stuff that we do each year. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to H, approve a rental agreement with Life Point Church to use their facilities for the city's annual employee Christmas party. Andrew, would you like to come up and speak to this one? This is a little different than we've normally done, so I'll let you kind of lead this off.
Sure, absolutely. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. We've had some conversations this year about how to enhance some of our employee experiences and things that we can do a little bit different. And so this year, we have been working diligently to plan a really exciting evening. Typically, we do a Thanksgiving staff lunch. and a Christmas staff lunch. Our Thanksgiving staff lunch is already planned and happening, will be fantastic. So this year we decided we would propose doing an evening Christmas event, so employee plus one, giving the opportunity to bring a family member with you. And we spent a lot of time looking at venues that would be appropriate, and ended up finding some great partnership with our friends at Life Point Church in Smyrna, and we've done other city events there in the past as well. So this is proposed to be a Thursday night, December the 16th, a night that would be full of fun, food, some festivities. We've received some really generous and amazing donations from some businesses in the area and some friends for gifts for our employees. So this is simply a use of their facility, and the cost is only $420, which is just to cover the cost of cleaning the room when we're done.
Does anyone have any questions?
I like number 8 to be pulled off a consent agenda.
Okay. Any discussion about it? Any questions?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Then moving on to new business. First reading, ordinance 2022-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 Fire Impact Fund budget. And so this is an ordinance to use the impact fees from the fire department to purchase 9 sets of turnout gear for the fire department. Is there any questions? Seeing none, moving on to first reading ordinance 2022-25. This is to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. And this is for the funding of the construction of Fire Station 41. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none. Resolution 2022-25, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. And this is in conjunction with our insurance partners, public entity partners. It's develop an internal accident review board. This board will be comprised of employees who would follow standard procedures and outcomes for monthly reviews of vehicle accidents with city property. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Seeing none. Motion to approve a tender and completion agreement with United States Fire Insurance Company for the completion of the 24-inch water main project from Stones River Road roundabout to the water treatment plant. And Evan, I'm going to ask you to take this one.
Yes, sir. Mayor, members of the board, this is obviously everybody's familiar with the 24-inch water line project. And as you'll recall, the original contractor that the city had hired, Charles DeWeese, filed bankruptcy. That triggered a lot of other issues that came from that. And you voted at your last meeting or the meeting before to terminate the agreement with Charles DeWeese. Since that time, we notified DeWeese the contract had been terminated, and we notified the bonding company that had the bond on that project. The bonding company is prepared to fulfill its duty to the city and pay the money out on the bond. They have the right and the ability to do that by hiring a contractor to complete the project. So what we are going to be presented with is a tri-party agreement between the city, the insurance company that issued the bond, and whoever the new contractor is going to be. The bonding company gets to select that contractor, okay? So we do not have a final agreement yet. They submitted a proposal over this week. Our consulting engineer is reviewing it. Kyle's reviewing it. I'm reviewing it. It's on the agenda tonight because it's possible that we may not have a final agreement until after this board meeting. And so for the sake of time, and everyone's interested in doing this quickly to get the project moving again, would be asking for you to consider authorizing the mayor to execute that agreement if and when we get a final agreement put together. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
So the bonding company gets to choose who's going to finish it?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And will they, that's a final deal? Once they say this is who's going to do it, that's who's going to do it?
Right. And you know, we've not gotten into that level of detail in terms of how much input the city might be able to have on that, but ultimately, when push comes to shove, they have the right to make that choice. One other thing that I'll mention is that whomever the new contractor is, has to complete the project pursuant to the original contract. So the agreement that we had with DeWeese, those terms and conditions and those items, they have to comply with those original terms of that contract. So part of the work in all this is finding a contractor that's willing to come in with that set of whatever the constraints are in the contract, that they're willing to complete the contract on that basis. But the good news is that we do have an insurance company that is stepping up, and they're not challenging it, they're offering to complete the project.
Do we have any kind of timeline?
Mr. Vice Mayor, no. I know that the insurance company is anxious to get going. I know the city is, but I think, to me, in my mind, as a layperson, when it comes to contracting, I think that finding somebody to fill the role is probably going to be the hardest work. How long that takes, I don't know.
Mr. Coe, just another question. So with the work that's previously been done by the DeWeese, is there any warranty how would that cover the warranty or any work that was previously done? How's that going to be covered, if at all?
That's a great question. I don't think that it's going to be. I don't think there's any way. We obviously can't go back on the original contractor because of the bankruptcy. The new contractor will be bonded. They'll have to have a bond also. But in terms of whether or not there are issues predating that increase the cost, I don't know that there's any recourse we have, at that point. I don't know how much of an issue that is, but if there is one, I don't know that we have any option on that.
So in the long scheme of things, we're not adding any money to what's there.
I don't know if I can answer that. It may cost more. I don't know if Kyle could comment on that.
The draft we currently have that they gave us is they will hold the unit prices, like Evan stated earlier, per the original contract. So the surety company is going to be liable for paying the difference between what the original contract price is and what they work out with a new contractor. So in essence, yes, it should be the same price, but if there's any change orders or anything like that, then of course it'll be new pricing, which with the length of project they have left, I'm sure there's probably going to be one or two change orders left. But for the bulk of it, yes, what we had budgeted and what we allotted is what we will spend.
Any other questions?
I have quite a bit of questions, but I just don't feel like getting into it tonight. I'm gonna save my questions for Tuesday night.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on to our board and committee. We've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We've got one position open, which was Marshall Smith's, as he resigned, and we are advertising that currently on Channel 3 and social media and do not have any applications at this time. Then we have the Library Board. Christian Rodriguez has resigned. She's had a work schedule change, so we are also advertising that one as well for anyone who may be interested. With that said, we will go to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Like I say, I've been in the medical facility all day and found out that I had a pneumonia. And just being here tonight is an ordeal. I'm going to save everything I got, hopefully for Tuesday night, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Coates?
No comments this evening.
Vice Mayor, no.
Just want to say, David and his crew and the goodies and goblins, man, you all killed it. And the next thing is, if you come by the senior center tomorrow between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. and you see a bunch of old people out there with red Solo cups and music blaring, just mind your own business.
Layout's the Halloween party.
Halloween party, yes.
Should be.
We'll be outside, so police department, if you get any phone calls from the neighbors about noise or anything, just give us a break.
Well, Alderman Waldron, I hope you do get to feeling better. do want to remind everyone, early voting is going on at the multipurpose building, and you can vote anywhere in Rutherford County. That continues on through November 3rd. I believe Monday through Friday is 10 to 6. This Saturday is the last opportunity to vote, which is going to be 8 to noon. Other than that, I hope everyone has a great week. Call this meeting adjourned.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. I'm excited about today's show. Thanks for tuning in. Mr. Barry Cross is helping me co-host today. Don's
Glad to
on
be here.
special assignment, so I brought in Barry to help out. He's our Region 2 coordinator, communications coordinator, so appreciate you jumping in here, Barry.
I'm glad to be here, man. This is a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, today's all about fall hunting, deer hunting.
Yeah.
Getting closer to the muzzleloader season. We're still in the archery right now, but we're going to talk about tips and tricks, and we have Adrian Wilson with us today. He's with Tethered, and he's been with us before on Wildcast, but we appreciate you being here.
Guys, it's always a pleasure. Enjoy it, and we're talking hunting. What can be better?
Yeah,
That's right.
It's always fun. This is a great time of year. I love the fall. You got football. Man, you got Tennessee beating Alabama. That's great.
Game. That was a game.
That was a game. You got deer hunting. Fishing's still hot. You can still fish this time of year. It's a great time to be outside. Real quick, let's touch on a radio station. We appreciate our radio partners, and we're going to be up around Morristown for a few shows here coming up in the future, so I thought we'd highlight the Morristown station today. WJDT, they air Wildcast at 5 a.m. on Saturday mornings. We appreciate our radio partners, and especially WJDT in Morristown. So we got 23 stations across the state, east to west, and they keep us rolling. We appreciate them sharing our information and allowing hunting and fishing and outdoor stuff to be on the radio.
That's that's a good thing for a sportsman. If you get to go out and you're headed out to hunt golden fish, and you're able to turn on a show and listen to hunting and fishing, it's just great.
Yeah, it's awesome. One other thing, catch this show on your favorite podcasting app, on our social media channels. So go out there and listen, subscribe. Also, the e-store. The hat I'm wearing today is in the e-store. We got new Wildcast hats available, so you can pick those up if you're a fan of the show. Shop.gooutdoorstennessee.com to get a hat. And the next thing on the list, Barry.
Yeah.
Events. You just had a Hunting 101 event here recently.
Hunting 101 event. This event was designed to reach out to people that want to learn about hunting and fishing. It might be that they've never done it. It might be that they're interested and they've kind of been in it. And we even had one person that came that probably knew quite a bit about hunting, but he just wanted to see more. And so it was a little bit about woodsmanship. We had tree stand safety, we had shooting safety, technique, we did some blood trailing. So it gave them a good idea of where to start when I walk into the woods. The hope is that it just flattens that curve, that learning curve, so that when you step on a piece of property, you kind of have in your mind what I'm going to be looking for. So it was pretty good. We're hoping that we're going to have more of these, and that more people can come out and be a part of it. I can't say enough about our officers in Murray County and Lawrence County, and of course Don Crawford over here. So Bethany Watson, Ethan Brown, Tanner Romsdale, man, y'all made that happen, and I appreciate it.
Awesome. I was going to ask who helped out. You hit the list there. That's good.
And but that class, I think it has room to grow, and it was the first one that we had held, so we got to see what worked and what didn't work, and what we might scale back and what we might increase next time. So
and maybe find some avenues to spread it across the state. I know there was some people asking questions on social media. When can we? Is there going to be one in Montgomery County or different counties across the state?
I heard that from there in Wayne County, and so I hope to expand this next year and get this more weekends, and maybe even change the time a little bit, give people a little more time in the morning to get there versus having it start at 8 o'clock in the morning. So maybe a noon to 5 class would be better. So I look forward to doing more of those. But outside of that, we got a lot of stuff going on in Middle Tennessee right now. we got quota hunts are coming up. We're about to have a senior fishing events, fishing's not over. You know?
No,
I mean,
you were out catching some fish in the rain the other day, I saw.
yeah, I mean, if you have an opportunity to get out on any body of water right now, you can catch fish. And I'm not a big, trophy fisherman by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, I'll take a trophy if I were to catch one, but I just like fishing and catching. And so right now is a great time to be out. And of course, we got, the youth hunt is coming up on 28th or 29th, 30th of October. We've got
this weekend.
Giles County, Coffee County, Lincoln County all have hunts. So, I mean, there's opportunity for people to get out there, and especially for the youth to get out there and have a good time. So
awesome.
And I'm excited about having Adrian here so we can talk about hunting, because this is a great time to be in the woods too. I mean, it's just a great time to be in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Go Vols.
Man, Barry's excited this morning. Adrian, thank you for being with us. You're with Tethered. You are a sales coordinator, social media stuff. I see you out there on our YouTube page doing some stuff. Tell us what you've been up to here lately.
Man, so Tethered moved to Columbia, Tennessee here.
Oh, that's right, Tennessee company now, right here in Tennessee.
About 4 months ago. So from me working from the house, now I'm down at the shop daily, and a little bit more is required. And but it's rolling. It's going well. I enjoy the aspect of, as he said, we're talking hunting.
Yeah.
It's constantly. I'm the type of person I am. I'm always wanting to learn more knowledge, right? Just if it can help me, whether it's good knowledge or bad knowledge, I can decipher that for myself. But it's about learning, and his hunting 101 class. That's awesome. Getting those people out there and learning woodsmanship, or like you said, there's a guy that's already out there that probably knew a lot, but you can still pick up something, even if it's one thing. That's super valuable. That's a great tool. So yeah, other than being in the woods and actually hunting, right here with you guys. It's perfect.
I get excited talking about it, and I don't always get out there. I'm going to make a point to get out there more this year and chase some deer and have a good time. And so I wanted to kind of touch in on, or since you've been here, have you killed any deer last year? Did you have a good season? Turkey season go good this year?
Last deer season was great for me. Turkey season was really good. Last few years, I kind of cut my teeth on hunting in the turkey woods, right? That's where it just came all over me, and I was like, I'm in this forever. So, but the last couple of years, I'd actually taken a lot of people out, and I didn't actually hunt as much myself. And I found I really enjoyed that. And then this year, I was able to get out more myself, and I ended up tagging out. First time I'd done that in a couple of years. With some awesome experiences, awesome hunts, and you get to be around your buddies some, or you meet new people out there, and I just enjoy doing that. So yeah, it was successful. And as far as this deer season goes, haven't killed anything, haven't drawn back on anything. I've got some really good ones on some cameras, but I don't know if I'm getting older and wiser or lazier. I haven't gone as much because I'm more cautious on the wind and my entry and exit points, and I know kind of where I think they're bedding, and I haven't been able to get out there as much as I'd like to based on the wind situation. And then they've changed and I think we're going to talk about this a little bit, but their summer patterns have changed to these fall and winter patterns, and it's just been tough. But I've got some good ones on camera. Fingers crossed. Yeah. Maybe next time I'm in here, I can show you some pictures. Hopefully.
Well, it's not like you said. We'll jump right in. It's kind of some tips for this type of this season. You got the juvenile hunt this weekend, but archery's been going strong. You'll have archery again, following that weekend. Talk a little bit about what you're saying. You're checking your wind. You're watching your cameras. You're trying to be more cautious. I don't think you're being lazy. You're just being smarter about it. You don't always just have to hit the woods hard. There's also a little bit of studying going on.
And that's I was obviously joking about the lazy thing because I want to be out there as much as possible.
But talk about that October lull you mentioned.
There's not an October lull. These things are moving.
They're still there, aren't they?
They're still there. They've maybe traveled a little bit, but a lot of guys, I hear them talk about this October lull, or they're not on camera anymore. They've moved off. Some might have. Sure, some of these bucks are going to get out and move.
They got a big home range.
But you know, the biggest thing is getting boots on the ground. You've got to get out and move. You can't, sure, you can hunt the same tree every single hunt, but your percentages are going to be super low. You might get lucky and shoot a big booner. That's fine. But again, percentages, if you play the percentages, it's not going to be very high. You know, you got to get out and find the rubs and the scrapes and the hot food trees, and find where they're browsing, and find, you know, it's not always about setting up on a trail and just, that's not your sign, you know. Yeah, those trails have probably been there for years. I've found some beat down trails that, you know, if you're buck hunting right now, you don't want to just sit on a trail that does are going on, you know.
Right.
You want to get out. For me, I don't consider myself a big buck hunter, but I mean, that excites me. That's in my mind. That's what I'm kind of after. But I'll shoot those and
That's
whatnot.
the home run, isn't it?
Right. Bottom line, I want mature deer.
Yeah.
I don't sit there. I don't sit there. If I shoot a good deer, I don't ever score my deer. I just don't care about that. For me, it's more about my passion for being out there in nature and getting the adrenaline rush and putting that plan together that works out. And if that deer makes my heart do this, I'm going to shoot it, you know, within legal means, right?
You're connecting with nature, and
right.
You know, it's a different feeling.
So,
it's not about the score.
So if I'm buck hunting, I'm looking for buck sign, and you might have a few hunts where you don't see anything, but if that buck sign is there, that's what I'm after. For me, it's not about just seeing deer. Obviously, that makes you feel good. Oh, there's a doe, or there's this or that. But you know, I think you got to. Well, I feel like you have to move around. You have to find the sign, and you got to be mobile.
Well, that's what I always tell people. It's kind of like a puzzle. You got to put that together to figure out what you're going to be able to harvest. And you know, to me, that's the fun part.
Sure.
I mean, because if I can read the woods, and I can put myself in position, I've already won.
Yep.
You know, whether I harvest anything or not. But the cool part is being able to see that animal, and that's what people really need to learn. And it's not just one thing.
You
it's
put a plan
multiple.
together,
Yeah.
and to see and to test your own skill and knowledge. I mean, as a person, who doesn't feel good about that?
Yeah.
You know, that okay, I've dissected this. I've looked at the map. I've looked at my sign. I've checked out the wind, and I've put this work into it. It's not like I enjoy doing that work. It's not really work to me. It's something that I enjoy doing. And then, like you said, whether you shoot the animal or not, or harvest the animal, having that encounter with it, and like, man, what I did worked. And so it's always about testing your skills and knowledge, and that's awesome.
And you know, to me, I mean, you mentioned you taking people hunting. I got kids. I mean, I put my daughters in a position to where that deer showed up.
Right.
You know, whether they shot it or not. It was there, and I'm like, there it is, you know, and it made my day, you know, and of course they thought I was the king because I just said, yeah, this deer is going to show up, and he did. But I mean, being able to take all that knowledge, put it together, is part of, you know, what we want people to understand. Yep. And what would you say your top 5 tips for, you know, if you're going into the woods? What are the top 5 things that you need to focus on?
So a lot of the land I'm hunting, because I do travel a little bit with tethered or whatnot, I'm hunting new properties. I've never been on new WMAs. So the first thing I want,
public land, right?
Yeah, I'm like 90-something% public land. Not opposed to private. I'd take some private if anybody wants to throw some out there.
My phone number is.
But yeah, so first thing I'm doing, I'm looking at we'll say it's a WMA. I'm pulling up one of my maps. I'm looking for certain fingers and points and saddles and maybe hard lines from one transition to another. And those are things that have been good to me, so that's what I tend to look for. So I'll mark those on my map, and then if let's say I have 3 or 4 days to go out and hunt, you know, the first day I'm going to spend scouting. Like I'll call it speed scouting, and I'm just trying to move through there and check out these points. I'll do that, and I'm just constantly looking for sign. I'm marking if I find a scrape or maybe a rub, whether it's old or new. I'm going to mark it, because if I come back here, I'm like, okay, during this rut area, this is an old sign that maybe has something in here, right? Or you know, a lot of those places, a new buck will move in. I mean,
Right.
usually they tend to gravitate towards some of the same places. So I'm just marking everything and taking notes and having a little data. And then, so that first day, I go back and look. I'll also do this. I don't know, especially public land. I'll mark where other hunters are. That way, I kind of use that maybe to my advantage, or see where they're parked, and then go.
Good and bad, right?
Yes, yes.
Because they're there for a reason usually.
Right. I mean, and you know, we were talking about this earlier a little bit. I generally, if I'm hunting public land, if other hunters are in there, I'll know where they're parked, and generally they take the same path, right?
Yeah.
So I'll go.
There's the gate. We're
Creatures
going
of
that
habit.
way. Yeah.
I'll go and park off the side of the road where I can, and maybe go up, kind of think where they might be going, and hopefully when they're going in, they might push deer to me, right? Or based on what their wind situation is. So you asked for 5. I don't know if I've given you 5.
Well,
I'm
you
just
just mentioned
yapping.
wind. You
Yep.
just mentioned wind. I mean,
That's a big factor.
How big is that for you? I mean, walking in, set up, everything.
I think, well, and let me add to that. I think the entry and exit routes are huge for me. Like I got some good deer right now that I'm looking at on camera that I don't feel comfortable going in based on what I'm seeing on some of these cameras, where they're at and where their bedding is and the wind direction. So I'm staying out of there, and it's hard because I want, you know, I want a piece of them, right?
Yeah.
I want that encounter, and I haven't had a face-to-face with these deer at all. So I haven't hunted as much this year because I've been more selective, and I've not been that guy that has one buck and I'll hunt him every day.
Right.
I've never been that guy, but I've got a few right now. I've never had this. This is new to me. So I'm trying to, in my head, I'm playing it smart. I'm like, okay, I know I can't go in there in the mornings for sure, but I can go in there midday and kind of creep in. And I've had some of those sets, and I've had some really good encounters with a lot of deer, but just not the deer I'm after. So yeah, I'm not a big scent control guy. I'll wash my clothes in a scent-free detergent and things like that. Yes, but I'm playing the wind. I'm trying to if I have to take the long walk around to get to where I need to be because that puts me in a better situation with my wind, I'm going to do that.
Yep.
That's important because these deer, if they smell you, the mature deer, in my experience, are not going to come around.
That's right.
They're not going to. So I have to take what I know and my knowledge because at the end of the day, I don't want to waste my time. I wanted to go in there because I'm looking to kill that animal.
You want to give yourself the best chance.
There you go.
Yeah. So what about somebody hunting a smaller piece of property? Say they got 10, 15 acres, and there's only really a couple of ways in. Do you tell that guy or gal just to go for it, get in there, whether the wind's bad or not? What do you do? You only got so much property, so much area to hunt.
I've been there. That's tough. That's kind of one of the properties I'm on now. I'm talking about a private land, and it's limited on. If I could cross property lines, I'd be pretty good, but I can't.
Right.
And so that's another reason I've stayed out of there.
Yeah. Okay.
So if
keep playing the wind.
If it's for me, if it's like what I would consider a really large deer, I'm staying out of there. If you're just going in there to get some meat and shoot some does, I think you can take some more chances.
You go and then hope for that big guy to come through.
Yeah, I think you can do that, but I would advise against it most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time.
It's a situational
It's
thing.
tough for some of those weekend hunters that only have a few
Well,
hours.
you know, find the wind that's going to work, or the stand location that's going to work best. You know, sometimes you got to go with what's going to work best. You know, and I'm of the mindset, you know, little wind is more dangerous than a lot of wind sometimes because I feel like a lot of wind kind of blows my scent out of there pretty quick.
Sure.
Whereas if it's just a light variable wind, it's just like that scent just drops to the ground and you're like, oh my God.
And that's one of the things I really pay attention to is my thermals, especially in the evening. I've set up where a wind might be coming out of the south, but my thermals are going somewhere else. So that's something I've really gotten better at in the last few years because I've had situations where my wind has been perfect and then these deer start blowing at me. I'm like, what in the world? And then I've taken some milkweed and I'm like, thermals.
Yeah,
you know,
right there
just-
to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And you bring up a good point. I mean, wind, that wind was when I first understood what I was doing wrong. I mean, when people started talking to me about wind, I was like, what? You know, I spray down, I wash my clothes, and I still do that. I'm kind of like that ball player that's superstitious, you know, wear the same socks every game. But I wash my clothes, I do all that, but I do believe you can't totally beat a deer's nose.
No.
I mean, their nose is like 2,000 times better than ours. They can smell all kinds of stuff. And so I feel like playing that wind and understanding what that wind's doing for you, it's really when you're going to start seeing deer and being able to watch multiple deer. You know, before, when I was hunting, by the time I saw one, he was going to smell me. And I either shoot him or I don't. Now I can watch a deer walk through the woods and I get to see how they act. You know?
and you know, there's always going to be the debates on you know, the hunt the wind versus the scent control. I think if you combine both of them, I think you do up your odds. An old guy told me this, you know, if you have scent control, it kind of reduces your scent cone. It's still going to be there, but I don't know. I mean, I know that I've seen studies with dogs and all this stuff, but I think you got to do what makes you feel good mentally, right? But if it's going to reduce my scent even a little bit, I'm going to do it, or maybe tone the scent down. It's like it's not like a gasoline smell just throwing out there.
See, that's my thought behind washing my clothes and taking the bath and all that is that deer might smell me, but he thinks I'm 100 yards that way rather than 25 yards, you know? So I'm not against doing any of that, and I do it. I do it because it makes me feel good, but I also feel like maybe they don't think I'm as close as I am. And so, but
good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Well, before we run out of time, what about ignoring the sign and grunting and rattling this time of year? Touch on those for just a minute.
Well, he was just talking about some rattling. I like rattling personally. I've actually killed a few bucks with the rattle. My largest one to date was a rattle.
Is this the right time of year to do it?
Yeah. Well, I
Does
think
it matter?
I think so. For me, I've noticed here in the last 3 weeks, I've seen bucks sparring, and I think again, and I'm saying sparring. I don't think they're going at it and fighting. So I think tickling light this time of year to get their attention or to pique their interest where they might want to come in and get a look-see. But he mentioned a while ago, you know, the mature bucks, they're going to move downwind to see what they smell, right?
Right.
So position yourself to maybe take that out of the equation or sit up in a situation where you feel like they are going to come downwind. You have a shot when they do that. And I like rattling. I think now as the season goes on and they start to really fight, you can bang those things together a little bit. And I think you spread it out, whether it's every 15 or 30 minutes, somewhere in there. I think you can overdo it, and guys just beat these horns together and or bags or whatever they're using. But I'm a fan. I've seen the results. But yeah, I plan hopefully this evening. We've got some nice cool weather here in Middle Tennessee that I can pique some interest this afternoon, and we'll see.
No. And just a heads up, this show was recorded before the weekend, so
Yes.
we're not hunting on juvenile.
I'm not doing a juvenile.
Yeah, but do you ignore the sign, or you make sure you pay attention to that sign, right?
What sign are we talking about specifically?
You know,
any
rub, scrape, trails.
Oh, I think you have to.
You have to, yeah.
I think you have to, or at least, like I said, whether it's old or new. If I'm hunting that new property and I'm doing my speed scouting, I'm marking everything. But if I find really fresh sign that I feel like I'm like, oh my goodness, I have to hunt this right now. Like this feed tree is dropping like crazy, and there's all this buck poo. Like I think you got to sit on that.
Yeah, don't ignore something just because you identified something over there. If you find something better, it's time.
Everything's situational, though, right? You know, you know, if I have a hard line of saying, okay, I'm just speed scouting today, and I'm going to take all the notes, but if I come across something that's so good, does that mean I'm going to capitalize on it? No, but I'm upping my chances.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, So after this weekend, after the juvenile hunt, you've got one more week of archery. Are you doing anything different as you move into to muzzleloader?
So I think I'll typically, I have a muzzleloader and I have a rifle, and I may use both of them. I like my bow so much, I'll probably use that for a while, unless I just get super frustrated and the big one just keeps hanging up out of range. But what I'm going to do, these bucks are starting to get right. I think they're going to be moving more in daylight and checking for these does and chasing a little bit. So I'm going to be pretty active, I think, in the woods now, because I think with their ranges are developing wider spread and looking for does. So I think we're going to see a lot more activity here. So I'm going to make sure, one thing is I'm going to hunt the does. I'm not going after the buck sign anymore because the bucks are on the move. I'm going to go to, that's another thing I do. I mark or have a mental note of where I know the does are consistently at, where I've seen them a lot. And I'm like, I'll just go sit up over.
Just wait on it.
And wait on them.
Yeah. I mean, because right now the bucks are shifting from food to love. They're wanting to find the does. Does are still eating. And so your acorn tree that starts dropping, that's still a good spot to be in.
And you nailed it there too. But these bucks, they know what's fixing to come, and they're gonna wear themselves out. So they're wanting to eat right now to get their bodies to where they can go through that tough rut season.
Right.
So right now, I think especially you gotta, if you can find the hot food sources, and I know there's a lot of acorns in the woods, but there's always that the tree, and that's like finding a diamond in the rough sometimes. But I'm looking for the tree.
Yeah.
And don't ignore the sign.
Don't ignore that sign.
Yeah. So,
well, I had it to throw up on the screen. Todd, we got just a few seconds here. I'll throw it up. If you're watching, the deer season is here. Young sportsman this weekend, 29th through the 30th. And then you got one more week of archery before muzzleloader. If you're in unit CWD, you get to start hunting with a gun or muzzleloader a little early. So October 31st is when that kicks off. Check your guide, tnwildlife.org. Visit the website to find this information. Always make sure you got the right licenses. GoOutdoorsTennessee.com to get that. Adrian, appreciate you being here.
Oh man, I enjoyed it. We should do this every day.
Well, let's set it up and do it again. We may even come down to your facility and shoot something out there at your new shop.
Y'all come down to Tethered, and that'd be awesome.
How do you find Tethered on social or?
TetheredNation.com is our website. We have Instagram and Facebook, so come and check us out. We've got the Tagged Out tour going on now too with some young guys. That's pretty, you can find them we can find Tagged Out on YouTube and the Tethered Nation on YouTube. So
awesome.
Good deal.
If you haven't tried saddle hunting, give it a shot. Check it out. I think I'm going to try it this year. I said I was going to try it last year. I'm going to try it this year.
A lot of fun.
Hopefully.
A lot of fun.
So anyway, appreciate everybody tuning in. This is Tennessee Wildcast, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Just one. Good evening and welcome to the Citizens Forum. It is November 1st, 2022, and it is 6:45 p.m. We do have one speaker signed up. And that person will have 3 minutes to speak. When you approach the podium, please state your name and address. First, we have Deborah Hewen.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name's Deborah Hewen. I live at 431 Randall Lane. I've been there since 2000 when I purchased my home. And I just want to say, 4 years ago, I was wearing a different shirt that supported a different mayor and a different alderman. And I've waited 3.5, 4 years now to put on a new shirt with new people's names on it, stand out there on hard concrete and with any free time I have from working, and hold up a sign stating that I'm supporting a new mayor, and his name is John Rutledge. I'm supporting Carol Hobbs as a new alderman, and I'm supporting another new alderman named Kathy Tyson, who's been here for the city for many years, helping the city out, volunteering. The reason I'm not sticking with my original choices from 4 years ago is because I felt like I was misled. And in some ways I was lied to, flat out lied to, about some land deals and plans for the city, plans for the citizens. And it's like the person that I voted for, that's current mayor now, Jason Cole, has flip-flopped like a chameleon. He changes to the tune of whatever you want to hear, whatever's important to you. My revelation is that he is not for the people. He does not really care long-term what happens to the citizens of LaVergne. And so John Rutledge has proven to me he can't answer all my questions. He can't make me any promises. But one thing he does promise is to be honest, not to mislead, and he promised us to look out for the citizens. He promised us to look out how new development in the future going forward, because he can't change what you guys already done. He's going to be responsible, he's going to look into it, and he's going to look out for the best interest of the citizens as far as he can legally. And that's what's important. We're a small city. What's important is the people who live here, not who can build the most houses, who can consume the most land with anything. Yes, we need commercial. We need the right commercial in the right places, but we also need improvements to infrastructure. That's our roads. That's our schools. Yes, city doesn't sue schools, but what we do in the city does affect what happens in the schools. The schools are in bad shape right now. They're overcrowded. There's bullying. But where do they get the bullying from? From people that are running our city that feel like it's okay for them to join hate groups. And I will say that Graham Coates is not part of a group. John Rutledge, Carol Hobbs, and Kathy Tyson.
And with that, we will adjourn and meet back at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is November 1st, 2022, and it is at 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight, the prayer will be with Vice Mayor No, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Dr. Bill Burns. If everyone will please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Let us pray. Our most graciously and heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with humble hearts, open minds, bowed heads. Lord, we would ask that you watch over our fair city. Thank you so much for an incredible, beautiful day in your world, because we know that without you, nothing is possible. Lord, we ask that you help this board make decisions that will benefit all of LaVergne and its citizens, and these things we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Dr. Burns.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Bill Burns. I'm a retired Army doctor with 12 years prior service in the Navy. If there are any veterans here tonight, would you please raise your hand and be recognized? Okay, thank you very much. Ladies, there's a small token of appreciation. I'd like you to take there and do that. Okay. All personnel in uniform and veterans, hand salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank
you. Thank you, Dr. Burns. First item is to approve the minutes from the October 6th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Davis with the Police Department.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, you have your crime summary for the month of October in your packet here. Just like a broken record here, same thing every month. This month, we had 10 cases where motor vehicles were broken into, and all 10 of those motor vehicles were left unlocked, resulting in one firearm being stolen out of that vehicle in the hands of a criminal in the city now. Also in the package, you see activity from the officers. As you can see, our numbers are getting a whole lot better now that we are sufficiently staffed. You can see 1,382 traffic stops, 26 DUI arrests, 36 arrests for drug violations. I will add that these stats are being put online as well, so any member of the community can look at that as well. Any questions?
How's Blue Sentinel going?
I'm sorry?
Blue Sentinel, how is that going?
Blue Sentinel is going good. We're in our phase 2. Right now, we're in the process of getting the cameras installed up by I-24. That's the easiest because there's already meters on the poles there. So that's going to be the easiest. The others that we're getting put up, because there's no power or poles that we can use, we're having to kind of go back and punt and get solar panels. That's what I'm trying to say. Get solar panels for those things so we can power it that way, which I think that's the way we'll go forward in the future, to where we just use solar power to power those. But other than that, we're moving right along with that.
Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that y'all have had an opportunity to review the reports, and as you can see, there's no new trends. We're on par with everything that we do month to month. Nothing unusual to talk about within the reports. I do have a couple of things worth mentioning that are happening this week and next week, if y'all don't mind. Obviously, we know that there's a groundbreaking for new Fire Station 41. This week is a monumentous occasion. Obviously, it's long overdue, and thank you to the Board, Mayor, and Alderman for securing the funds to make that happen. Additionally, we have next week 4 recruits graduating fire school. be the first time the LaVergne Fire and Rescue has invested in a fire school itself. So with these 4 people that are graduating, 4 people that have done exceptionally well. Been on campus with them multiple times in the last 10 weeks that they've been there and watched and participated in their training. Our fire instructors have been part of the recruit training, so we've not just sent somebody off to be trained, so we participated in that. It's a great partnership between Murfreesboro Fire and Rescue and Lebanon Fire Department. So it's a great product. 2 of those individuals came from our Fire Explorer program. So we've invested in this community and continue to do good work with those young people in the high school.
It's great to hear.
Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you, sir. Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the numbers for you for the month for the Parks Department in front of you. 85 help desk tickets, 708 hours devoted to those. You see some of our projects, we're doing a little kind of a spring cleaning, fall cleaning, I guess, at the Parks Department. We're painting some offices in the shop area. You see our past events, October the 15th, we wrapped up the Fall Ball Clinic that Saturday with a scrimmage day. October 22nd, we had Goblins and Goodies followed by a zombie night. Unfortunately, we did have to cancel the movie due to the wind conditions. We are working on something in the future that hopefully we won't have to do that again. Upcoming events, Veterans Day, November the 11th. Parade of Lights and Winter Festival is December 3rd. You can see some of the events at the Senior Center upcoming. Lunch at Asuka. November 17th will be their Thanksgiving dinner. Upcoming meetings, Park and Rec on November 21st and the Greenway on the 21st. Park and Rec at 6, Greenway at 7. Veterans Day is November the 11th. That ceremony will take place at 11 o'clock at Veterans Memorial Park. Weather permitting at the Wall, if we run into some rain, we will move that to Pavilion A as we have in the past. Flags can be purchased for $10. They will be displayed during the ceremony. Those are yours to take home after the ceremony. Your veterans information will be displayed on those. Bricks for the wall are still available. They're $35. Each brick up to 4 lines, 21 characters per line. Forms are available on the city's webpage, or you can call the Parks office at 615-793-3224. Snow rink, we're planning on setting that back up. We plan to open up on December 1st. It'll run through the 17th. Thursday through Sunday will be the days of operation. Thursday will be 4 to 8, Saturday 12 to 8. Sunday will be from 1 to 5. That Sunday, December 4th, that 1 p.m. time slot right now is going to be limited to families with special needs. So if we have a good turnout and we need to extend that further, we will. So that's something new we're going to try this year to try to offer a little something for everyone. We're not going to have online registration this year. It's all going to be in person. I don't think the rink wasn't full enough last year to kind of warrant online registration this year. We will be accepting canned goods and unopened and unwrapped toys that we will donate those to the PD for Christmas. Any questions?
David, the size of the rink, is that increased from last year?
It will. It'll double. Well, I won't say double. It'll increase by 50%. So last year it held roughly 48 skaters is what it was rated for. So this year that number should increase. At no time last year did we have 48 skaters on there, but it will give a little more opportunity that if we do run into that, we can open it up and possibly have more toddlers out there at the same time.
Okay, and who are the guest speakers for Veterans Day, the veterans that are speaking?
They are Tabitha and Ross Howard. That's the things I did not have written down here. And I think, you may know this, I think we have one more lined up. And you're going to have to help me out with that one.
Steve?
Kathy told me, and
you and I are in the same boat?
Kathy is God sent, and it's almost like you don't worry about it.
I think when you start to lose your hair, it kind of affects your memory also. So we'll blame it on that.
Here we go. Did the other part of the rink come in?
It's supposed to be here Friday.
Okay.
It's supposed to, The delivery truck is set up to pick it up tomorrow. It's still in customs. It's been in customs for 2 weeks. So Friday is supposed to be our delivery date. So last year, there was no issue once customs released it with it getting in here within a day. I think I did skip over the parade of lights and the Winter Festival. That will begin at City Hall. It ends at Veterans Park with a tree lighting, fireworks, snow rink, and craft and food vendors will be set up.
I sent you a text message or an email about Fox had put it on there that it would start at Veterans Park and go the other direction.
Yes, sir, and then in the front part of that media release, they had it right, so how it got kind of backwards at the bottom, yeah, it's beyond me.
Now, David, is Chief Beasley going to be out demonstrating his ice skating prowess like last year?
I'm gonna practice. I'm coming for you.
Is that hip recovered?
It is.
And then will Doug from Public Works, will he be doing the figure skating again this year?
That was the plan. I think he kind of offered, and I think Danny also said he was going to come out since he has a hard hat and a vest.
Nice.
So we should be
Well,
good.
they can show the lift.
Yes, sir.
I guess the only thing left is to put Michael in the Duncan booth.
One last thing before I go, I definitely would like to thank Ann Smith for her hard work and diligence, keeping our events posted and getting those pictures out to the public so they can see what a good turnout we've had. Don't want her to get overlooked, but we certainly appreciate her help. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Moving on to the Library Department, Miss Donna Bebout.
Here she comes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. For the month of October, our attendance was up. We were so excited, 2,857. And our circulation was also up, 3,115. And we also issued 85 new cards. We've had a lot of people that I met at National Night Out and Old Timers Day that have come that said they've just moved to the area and needed to get a library card. So we were very happy to accommodate them. We had 19 programs for ages birth to 17 and 5 for ages 18 and up. We're building those programs back up slowly but surely. Want to talk a little bit about our Saturday movies at the library. Those also have had really good attendance. We just watched Hocus Pocus, the original, this past Saturday. We had several children who really enjoyed that. I was vacuuming today. We always have refreshments. And I was vacuuming today, and something kept hitting, and I finally looked, and there were Skittles and M&Ms that were hid in my carpet, our carpet. So it was very interesting. So we had to get down and start picking those up, but it was fun. November the 12th, we're going to be having a Charlie Brown movie marathon, and of course, it can't be November without Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving. So families, come on out, enjoy the movie. We have a wonderful TV, and it's just great to get in that meeting room and watch a good movie and have good refreshments. Tonight, I wanted to talk just a few moments about a couple of programs that we have monthly. These programs, as you know, like our story times, we have ages according to what we help present in the story times. Like on Mondays, we have homeschool story time. That's for kindergarten through 3rd grade. Miss Janice, she teaches the children the states and the capitals and the presidents. They learn it through song and dance. She reads stories that are pertinent to some of the curriculum that's going on and that they do. So it's important that we have those ages, that kindergarten through 3rd grade. We have Once Upon a Story Time on Wednesdays, and that's for our preschool children. So anyone age 2 and up to about 5 years old can come to story time, and they learn early literacy through fun songs, rhymes, puppets, stories, and so much more. And of course, through the fun of sharing books. Jammies and Stories is our one night that we have on Thursday nights at 5:30. kids and families, which we've had adults come in their pajamas, and they come and they get to listen to some great stories, and it's families of all ages. We have them from babies all the way up to grandparents, and that's just a really fun time for music, movement, dance, books, and a craft. So that's why we have these ages divided out. We understand that there are siblings that need to come along sometime, and we welcome them. But we really like to focus on the age that we are looking at that time, or that we are there for. So our Kids Crafternoon, this is one that is coordinated by a former teacher. She's a former science teacher from St. Cecilia, and this is for students grade 1st through 5th. Now, we're going to have a great program on November the 8th at 5:30. We like to do STEM in action. STEM meaning science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So when we give them crafts such as, a little show and tell here. Okay, looks adorable, doesn't it? When you look at this, do you think of STEM? Okay, but it does. They have to take the kit that is packaged up. They have to read the directions. They have to comprehend those directions, and they have to follow the directions. And therefore, after they have done all of those things, it becomes a really fun and beautiful craft. Show it around here. So this is one of the crafts that they're going to be doing. Oops, I have a turkey stuck to a turkey here. Okay, that's the Give Thanks turkey wreath. The next thing we're going to be doing is the gliding turkey. Now, it comes in a package like this. And again, they have to open the package. There's no instructions to this one. They have to use their mind and figure out how to put it together to make a glider. When they're doing this, Miss Becky's going to be talking about aerodynamics of a glider using currents of rising air called thermals. And we have a demonstration tonight, Mayor.
You already did it.
You are, oh. Did I miss it while I was talking?
You said aerodynamics.
Oh, and it came down. All right, you need to try that again. Okay, readjust the wings, readjust the tail feathers. All right. Okay, stand and go. There we go, much better. So the mayor got the aerodynamics just right. And tonight, Miss Becky sent all of the mayor and the aldermen a kit to see if you guys can put this together. And we may have to have a contest sometime to see who can make their glider go very far. I'll get it out in a moment. Okay, so do you understand why we would like to have the grades 1st through 5th? Because we want to get those things, over to them. We want them to understand, but have fun while they're doing it. And again, if younger siblings come, we welcome them. We welcome the parents to sit beside the younger siblings and help them out. One more, and I know I'm taking long tonight, and I apologize. Teens and tweens, and that's ages 11 to 17. We're going to have a program November 17th at 5:30, and our invitation says, invite a friend and have fun being creative in our do-it-yourself gift workshop. It's a great way to make gifts for families and friends. Marta and Lauren have come up with some great creative gifts that can be given away, or they can keep themselves, but they have to be very creative in it, and they have to use their imagination. Now, please note the crafts are geared for ages teens and tweens only. We may be using rubber bands that could pop a little one's finger, or scissors, or things of this sort. So this is why we have the ages 11 through 17. All we ask of the teens and tweens who are coming to provide the laughter, and we will provide the refreshments and also the supplies. Do you have any questions? And thank you for letting me go very long tonight. No questions?
Just comments is, you're awesome.
Our team is awesome.
Your team is awesome. You always correct me on that, and I do apologize.
No worries, but you surround yourself with great people and you can do great things, and that team at the LaVergne Public Library is so creative, and it's so much fun to work with them, and that's what we do. We work together.
Thank you so much, Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the finance report. Ms. Tanya.
It's their first time, ain't it?
Welcome, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I just want to apologize. I have no cool show and tell. I'm sorry. I'll be doing the financial report for September 30th. In the general fund, expenditures exceeded revenue by $832,000. Just a reminder, property tax bills go out October 1st, so we're expecting that revenue to increase. Local sales tax was $969,000 above budget, also $198,000 above the prior year. State street aid revenues exceeded expenditures by $262,000. Stormwater fund expenditures exceeded revenue by $98,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenues exceeded expenditures by $723,000. On your second page are our bank balances. Then on our third page, we're doing comparison to prior year. The general fund revenue was down $67,000, expenditures up $65,000. Water and sewer fund revenue was up $83,000, expenses were up $172,000. And our water sewer tap fee revenue, tap fees were down $47,000. I also wanted to make you aware, today we did receive the second half of the ARPA money, which was in the amount of $5,298,000.
That is amazing.
Questions?
Thank you so much.
You have been training good, Phyllis. She did great. Yes.
I think she did better than I did.
Next up, we have Mr. Danny Campbell with the water treatment plant.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. First, I want to say thank you to David to inviting me to go ice skating. I've been practicing my triple axel, so I'll show that off. I hope you've had the opportunity to review our monthly report for November. One thing I would like to mention is Infomark was able to take part in the Goblins and Goodies event on the 22nd, and we always enjoy doing the city events and taking part in that, so we appreciate the opportunity for that. Do you have any questions about our report?
As usual, can you speak to the customer complaints?
I sure can. In the month of November, we had one customer complaint for high pressure. And when our inspector went out to check the pressure, it was about 105 PSI. So we advised the customer to take a look at their pressure reducing valve. This seems to have failed in the open position, allowing too much pressure for their home.
Question, bleacher pump number 3.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with that?
Yeah, that went into alarm earlier this month for an overcurrent failure. We're currently working with Ecotech on what would be a better option, whether replacing the pump or purchasing a new smaller size pump that could work with the current skate upgrade project that we're going through. So we're gathering up information, speaking with the city about that and trying to find the best option for the plant that's for treatment purposes and financially responsible for that.
Thank you.
And then Danny, can you speak to the the spare super pulsator vacuum pump as far as where we are? I know that was a 6-month window, but where are we with that?
Yes, so there's been a delay in that, in the delivery of that, a postponement, so we're working with Walter A. Wood for that. They've keep updating us on, oh, it's been postponed, been postponed. The expected receipt date is the end of December at this point, so.
Okay. That's just the bearings that are bad.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir. And it's our spare, so we do still have the 2 working pumps, but we're waiting on that spare, so we have some redundancy.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, second reading 2022-23, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion
to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2022-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 fire impact fee fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2022-25, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-25, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 8, motion to approve a tender and completion agreement with United States Fire Insurance Company for the completion of the 24-inch water main project from the Stones River Roundabout to the water treatment plant. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's approved. Motion to approve a letter of intent from PG Stones River Partners for the purchase of 169 Stones River Road, Fire Station Number 41. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion to approve a rental agreement with Life Point Church to use their facilities for the city's annual employee Christmas party. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Last item on the agenda is going to be appoint or remove board and committee members. We have the library board with 1 term vacant. We do have 1 applicant, which is Carissa Benton. Need a motion to appoint Miss Benton.
I'll make a motion to appoint Carissa Benton.
We have a motion to appoint Carissa Benton from Vice Mayor No. Our second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Well, considering this is my last meeting, I jotted a few notes down. First of all, it's been an honor to be a part of this board. I'm proud of our work that we have done together and the things that we have accomplished to move this great city and community forward. I would like to thank the board for their confidence in me to serve and for our police, fire, and all of our staff and their hard work each day keeping our city safe and taking care of our residents. I'm so proud of the pay increases that we passed this year and hope they all know how much they are appreciated and how much that was well deserved. Again, it's been my pleasure to serve with you all. Well, most of you. I think with that being said, I think someone in purple would do a very good job and do well in this chair next month, and I encourage everyone to get out and vote. And speaking of the color purple, grape just so happens to be my favorite flavor of Kool-Aid. Thank you guys again.
Thank you. Alderman Coates.
Hope everyone enjoyed the trick or treat last night. I'd like to thank the police department for keeping our roads safe with the children around. I appreciate that. Thank you. And not to forget Veterans Day, November the 11th. And also, make sure you come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
I just want to thank Ronnie. Your second shift last Friday came out and hung out with the seniors for our Halloween party. As soon as they walked in, they got a call. They had to leave. Luckily, it was something not bad, so they were able to come back. The seniors are always glad to see men and women in uniform come in and eat with them, dance with them. And then lastly, Alderman Honey, well, no more, Miss Honeycutt. Thank you for accepting the appointment. Thank you for stepping in and stepping up. I'm sorry that your job took a turn for the worse, so to speak, for this position, and it kept you from being here quite a bit. And a lot of people don't know that this is not a real demanding position, but sometimes when you're working, it is. And we do appreciate you, and I wish you and your family the best of luck. And I know you guys are looking, and you're going to be moving, so just wanted to say thanks, and I know you've made it as much as you could, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor No. I want to take a moment and thank Chief Davis and the police department for Halloween. I saw many cops out patrolling streets with blue lights. I also saw several out handing out candy from blue buckets in their car. So that is a great way to engage the community that's out and about. And I've not heard any reports of anyone getting hurt. So that's a great thing to hear. Just want to reflect. It's been 4 years, and it's been an amazing 4 years. We've had a lot of stuff done. We've gotten the CMAQ grant, and that's going to get going now that we've accepted that contract. So we will see sidewalks and crosswalks on Murfreesboro Road. We're seeing, as far as a funded project for widening South Waldron Road, and working on improvements for both Fergus and Old Nashville. We just voted tonight on getting the 24-inch water line, which was long overdue, back on track so we can get both Hollandale and Stones River repaved and looking nice. We brought in some great retail, BJ's Wholesale, Sherman Williams, Dairy Queen, and many others are announced. Pop Shelf that just opened. And so, as always, want to remind everybody, early voting is going on now through Thursday, 10 to 6. We've got Election Day a week from today, 7 to 7. You can vote anywhere in the county, so come out, vote, make your voices heard. That's what we want to hear. We want people engaged in this community. Too many times that doesn't happen until it's election time. So for me, let's keep the city moving forward in a positive direction that benefits everybody. With that, called this, oh, yes, we do need to mention that. Thank you, because Miss Ann has been working on this diligently. So part of our 50th anniversary, we have, each month, we have different items. So this one, we have the cookbook. It is available digitally on the city's website. You can download it, you can print out your own copies if you want, or just use it on a tablet, e-reader, however you would like to. Lots of great items and recipes from our residents in the community, some from our staff, and I've even heard that Ann Smith's going to start cooking some for us every so often.
Her and Phyllis.
So Bruce can greenlight that. But with that, let's have a great rest of the week. Call this meeting adjourned.
Thank